really should be. That's why I don't understand.
You really should. That's
Yeah,
why
put me where you are, Dulcie. You sit next to Sakina.
it is.
Nisha's face.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Peace and love, everyone. Thank you for coming in tonight. I see E-Bizzle's already like drop the link. No, we're gonna talk a little bit, then we're gonna drop the link, but we are gonna get the link dropped early tonight. But I hope you guys are having a good night. I'm Dulcinea.
My out, everyone. I'm Sister Sakina Rye.
Hey y'all, it's Wednesday. Thank y'all for coming. I'm Nisha.
Hey, hey everybody, I am Gemini the Goddess.
Good evening, everybody. I'm so happy to be here tonight. This information is going to be fire and powerful and educate the mind. You're going to unscramble some minds tonight. Okay, so y'all know I'm Sister Freedom, Big Mama.
Okay, hey y'all. Happy Wednesday, good Wednesday, all that good stuff. This is Daughters of the Sea.
Peace, peace, and Sister Freedom. You want to start out, Big Mama? You want to do the Wonder Trim Power? Activate. All right. Well, I feel like since okay, of course, we want to talk about that. The debate is coming up. It's going to be November 18th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm very excited. I've been working on my presentation, so it's going to be really good. I have my game plan going. I just have to get some questions in for the weigh-in and some questions that we'll be having in the debate. But I'm excited for it. I think it'll be pretty good. What are you guys thinking about the debate coming up? Sakina, start with you, the resident killer.
I'm excited. I'm really excited. I'm ready to see the outcome, right? I know you're going to slay it. I know you're going to bring it, right? But I know you got a tough competitor, right? So I'm just really waiting to see the outcome. I'm looking forward to it. Yes.
Nisha.
Oh, my bad. It's gonna be very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. I think that it's gonna be a different kind of debate to me. Like it's no hate between the people, you know. It's not gonna be all of those, you know how when Christina and the pod debate was and how the after party was, and then the first debate with Neptali and Nepal, how that was all nasty and shit. So I don't think it's gonna be like that. I think it's gonna be all right.
I think Dulcinea, you ought to come in there talking mad shit, playing Beyonce, because I slay. I see it, I want it. You need to just get you some loops, go on up in there and do your thing, thizzle. And forget what if just blank out. Just blank out on them and do you.
Dustin, are you bringing dots back?
Yeah, I wonder if I can play Beyonce.
Okay.
They'll be like,
Got
this is
you.
the
You gotta
first
switch.
debate.
You gotta switch. Yeah.
That Beyonce, yeah, I'm switching. Yeah, this is gonna be
I'm
the
a
first
star.
time
I'm
ever
a
where
star.
Beyonce is.
Take what I want. You see, you gotta get that energy. You gotta embody that energy. I see it.
Right.
I want it.
No, Nepal probably not against that either. Like, okay.
That's
You got
right. That's right.
You got a competitor with you now.
What you
well,
say,
I'm gonna
Sister
tell you what
Freedom?
I think. I think that this is gonna be very educational. I think that this is gonna open the minds of the people. We are in the Aquarian era. And I think that it will give people the opportunity to choose, to have new information where they can study as to why you came up with the analogy that you came up with. I think it's going to be exciting. We know that Nepal is a strong opponent as well. And like Nisha said, there's no malice or hate, there's no argument, there's no nothing. This is a chance for people to get new information that they have never heard of before. And like I said, get a chance to choose. Choose on open mind on where they choose to go with the information. So that's what I think. I think I'm excited. That's
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I don't want to repeat what my sisters already mentioned because I'm too excited. I'm looking forward to it. Um I think the both of you I think y'all can handle your own. I think y'all, especially Dulcie don't play with her shadiness. She knows how to get in there if she needs to be turned up, if she needs to be. But what I will say is if you can real quickly, Dulce, like in terms of this debate, can you be very clear on what your view is, like what is going to be your position versus the PA? Are you pro, in terms of this evolution?
That's good.
Absolutely.
That's good.
Get into some of that tonight, obviously, because I do believe in evolution, and there are parts of evolution that are facts. So we're definitely gonna get that in tonight. But I do want to say really quickly, I'm excited for it to be a woman's debate. It's been a while since he's had a woman's debate, and I think this is gonna be really good, like you were saying, Sister Freedom, about the information, it being on science, because they always say, oh, I don't debate women because women can't control themselves and all this other stuff. And I think we're going to actually prove to them that they don't want to debate us because of the information. We're just coming straight information, and that can be scary in a debate. A lot of them really rely on being entertaining and not having a lot of
Well, but
information.
you can be on beast mode. You can bring beast mode
Yeah, we can
information
still
to
be
you
entertaining and
gotta,
have
yeah, work within the
information.
confines of the word.
Right. But we're not gonna have pictures of like Sexy Red and and Debo.
No, no secondary.
It's gonna be all scientific. But let's get into it because we've been kind of talking about the incontrovertible facts. So I'm gonna share my screen here and say, as far as with my position on evolution, the portion of evolution being an incontrovertible fact that organisms change, mutate, and adapt over time. That's what the facts are. We know as far as organisms, whether they're single organisms, more complex organisms, your cells, and we can go molecular or even on the basis of nature. We can see that things are adapting over time, they're changing over time, and that's the facts. So here we got an incontrovertible evidence or facts are absolutely certain and cannot be shown to be wrong. So one of the things I see as far as when people are coming with this information, which I definitely wanted to play a little bit of what Cedric said when we had the conversation on our show last time, but they they try to lump in the theories with the facts, and scientists don't actually debate any facts. If it's a fact, you will not see a scientist sign up for that debate, but they debate theories because those are the explanation of the facts and those aren't the absolute facts. they can cause controversy. They can be debated. So I think it's funny how people are trying to say the scientific theory is a fact, but it's debated among scientists. What do you think, Sakina?
So you're saying they're debating that the theories are facts?
Yes, exactly. So what you can see is that scientists can have different positions or different theories that they adhere to, and then they debate each other on which one is the better explanation for the facts.
Okay, now I know that hold on, because I was doing some studying this morning, and theories were hypotheses, which is guesses, right? And once they go through, let me get this right, because I'm not going to tell you something I didn't know. Go to somebody else and let me come back. Let me read something right quick. Because according to the theories were not the theories have to prove and with tests to know if they were actually proven. And if they're not, then they have to go back to do constant tests to make sure that the hypothesis was indeed a fact. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, because incontrovertible means that it can't be wrong, and theories are not based on facts. So if that don't answer your question, I guess that's saying no, you're wrong, because theories are not based on facts. Theories are based on hypotheses, and hypotheses have to be tested over and over until the numbers add up to show whether or not the numbers, because they have to have what you said before on something else you want to go with your peer reviews. So they with positives. So unless they have a amount of numbers and positives, otherwise they have to go back to the drawing board. So theories don't produce facts. They're only trying to get the numbers to say that to try to say that it could happen, that for probables. So no, the answer is no. That's not what this is saying.
Nisha.
Because theories provide clues, right? Theories help you provide
Yeah, you
clues.
got
It helps you.
now please wait.
Yeah, we can go to scientific theory afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You have to read the definition. But go ahead, Nisha.
Right. I was doing some right. Go ahead.
So incontrovertible, evidence or facts. Evidence or facts are absolutely certain and absolutely certain,
Yeah.
and cannot be shown to be wrong. So if we looking at a theory is not incontrovertible.
Exactly.
So I mean that's pretty much what I've been saying all along. I mean it has it's just a theory. A theory is not a fact.
That's right.
So I don't even know what the question was again. I swear I lost it. But just looking at this word, it cannot be a theory. So I mean, there are theories like this is 2023. So there have been lots of theories that over a period of time they have found. Well, no, we got the scratch
It is
that.
uncontrollable.
Yeah, it's that.
I gotta read it.
No, so no, a theory is not incontrovertible.
Let me think metaphor.
You want to read that again, Nisha?
Yeah, you want me to read it again?
Yeah, I want you to read it again.
Yeah, so
Can
I'll
you
wait till I get to my turn. Yeah, go ahead.
What is a theory?
I'll read it again.
Just to make sure that when you're hearing it correctly.
Yeah, I understand what it means perfectly.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Wait.
This is so. Wait a minute, because if we're gonna be jumping in, and I'm gonna be jumping in because I got something to say.
Let me wait till it come back around.
Your turn.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So whose turn is it?
Go ahead. It should be. I don't know because of how we are on the board now. I don't know.
It should be Dot's
wasn't done. It
turn.
was Nisha's turn, and she wasn't
It's
done.
Dot.
Yet. She still has 40 seconds on the clock. So go ahead, Nisha.
Okay, so Sister Freedom wanted me to read it. I'm gonna read it one more time. Incontrovertible. Evidence or facts are absolutely certain and cannot be shown to be wrong. Evidence or facts are absolutely certain and cannot be shown to be wrong.
Now we talking about science, Nisha? Or are we talking about just in general?
Well, see, this is what it looks like to me. This Collins Cobill dictionary, it would just be in general. I don't think it would be related. It could be related, but this is just the dictionary that it's used in is just a general dictionary. Not anything scientific, anything special.
Yeah, and I would say go to the basis of it. A lot of people are going in scientific theory and versus an actual theory right now. But right now we're just going through the incontrovertible facts. A lot of people that are asking for scientific theory, they don't really understand the fact yet. So we're going to take this slow and one step at a time. Go ahead. I think it should be Gemini that's next. And then Sister Freedom, it did opposite.
Yeah, I think that's how it is.
Right. See now, this is the issue we were talking about earlier when you had put up on incontrovertible person. See now, we have not pulled up. You can again add and take away any word to help you define that what you're looking for. So right now we just have this one word pulled up. So we have not talked about yet science and how it pertains to it. We're only talking about this in general as what can be considered incontrovertible, right? And so we're going to wait for you, Dulcinea, to go on ahead and continue on with how you want to present this and continue to build so that we can begin to see how this unfolds with this word incontrovertible becoming a fact or a scientific fact and what that looks like. Go ahead, sis.
At this point, it's my turn. I'm just making sure that
it's your turn.
Incontrovertible evidence or facts are absolutely certain and cannot be shown to be wrong. Incontrovertible, not able to be denied or disputed. So whatever that information is a fact. It cannot be wrong. It can't be disputed. It can't be denied. It is what it is. If this is a rock, it's a fact. It's a rock. It can't be denied or it can't be disputed. So this is what this word is saying. So when I brought a person, it was to say that this person, whatever this person is saying, cannot be denied or it can't.
We weren't talking about a person, though. We just talking about the word.
I'm just saying,
just like it's pulled up.
Right.
I'm explaining myself.
You brought me in it. I'm just telling you, we are only talking about just this one word, not two words.
Hold on, y'all. It's Sister Freedom, and go on. And you were saying about incontrovertible.
But that's why I asked Niche to read it again, because it depends on, like Gemini just said, the subject of how you want, but regardless of however you want to bring the subject up, it's still going to remain the same. No matter what, it's still going to remain the same. Okay. Now, when you look at the word theory, that we normally use the word theory, okay, it's like, this is what I think about it. This is what I presume about this particular situation.
That's what a theory is.
Excuse me. Absolutely, it is.
Oh,
But when we're talking about science, science is saying that they are using facts, meaning undisputed, un um undenied situations that they're putting together to make this theory. In other words, you see what I'm saying? They're using these facts to make a theory. You can explain whenever you get ready, but I just wanted to make sure people understood what incontrovertible actually meant. So, but if you want to use it however you want to use it, it's fine with me. But
Okay. I'm a little bit confused in terms of the question and what exactly are we trying to answer? Because like for me, science is not absolute, right? Science is never 100%.
right,
There's always going to be that point dot 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 percent left over. Like even if you take, like, you know how we're always talking about DNA, nothing is ever, it'll come back maybe 99%, or if you're taking a DNA test to determine paternity or whatever, but it's never 100%. And the reason why it's never 100%, right, is because things can still be proven um different as time go on, if that makes sense, right? Like an example could be something like a duck, or a white swan. Swans are white, but we know that at times swans can also have other colors, become a hybrid of sorts in terms of colors, and maybe they can be born different than white or a duck. I know that's a bad example, but you get my point, right? Like, so that's why I'm a little bit confused about what are we answering and what is the context of the question in regards to this conversation. um
Okay, hold up, Dots. I gotta ask you something. I'm sorry, I don't mean to just jump in that way, but are you saying that the .5% matters more when we're talking about science than when we're talking about DNA? What are we talking about?
no,
Because
that's
if the
not what I said.
point five is just an anomaly,
No,
something that
that's not
just
what I
could
said.
happen, then
That's
what
not
what does it
that was
matter?
not my
Because
point.
science has proven the 99%. What
Are you
99.9%. So what do
what
we
I'm
that
saying is,
that point one?
well, let me explain. What I'm saying is that what I was saying is that in science there's always certain level of uncertainty, right? Science is not 100%, period. It's just, it's not, it doesn't operate in absolutes, right? That doesn't mean that it's not true, but what I'm saying is, what it does mean is that it leaves room for doubt, and it leaves room for people to experiment more. It leaves
Point
room for
five
people to keep on
percent is
trying
room
over
for
and over
doubt,
again.
really? That's the
That's
question
the
I'm
point.
asking. That didn't really, no.
So
So
you're not
no.
asking the right question.
No, that's not a right question. If we're
What
gonna
is it?
be talking about a point five, you have to show me why a point five, and why we're saying it needs to say 100% in order to be in its absoluteness. And that
That's
point
not
five makes so much
my.
of a difference that we can't call a thing absolute. You would have to prove to me that 0.5% makes so much of a difference that we cannot call this thing absolute.
What? That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Yeah,
I said
that's
science.
why
okay.
you
That's
All
not
right.
what. But
Oh
my point.
Lord, have
Excuse me.
mercy.
I'm sorry. What I'm saying is that was not my point. Okay, that's not my point. My basic point was that I know for what I know is that science is never 100%. Period. Right? Because
Ugh.
everything comes with a certain level of uncertainty. Right? This is why when we're talking about scientific theory and there's steps in the scientific theory and you're experimenting to prove whatever that your educated guess is going to be over and over and over and over again. That's my point. So I was saying, what is the question within the context? Like, we're defining incontrovertible, but what was the question? What is the context of it?
That's what we just said. Gemini was. She has to let Dots answer her own question.
Just come back in once it's back up, Gemini, and join in. So yeah, and I agree with everything you're saying, Dots, because it is, it's a collection, and that's why we have to understand the difference between scientific theory and scientific fact, and understand that they're not the same thing. They're not interchangeable. You do not use scientific theory as a scientific fact. No one said, as far as scientific theory, I think you said produce the facts or anything like that. I don't know where you're getting that, but I think that's confusion amongst the community when it comes to defining these things. We have to understand that a scientific fact is the phenomenon. That is what we are studying. We're studying the pen being read. That's the phenomena. So scientists are not arguing amongst each other whether the pen is read or not. That is the phenomena that we're studying. Now we study how did it get read. Now we do the test of what are the factors to make it read. And then we go as far as once we have enough data, once we've experimented enough, we say, okay, this is definitely something that is probable that this is why it's read. And then we develop the scientific theory around that. So yes, a lot of scientific theories have concluded and have an amass of information and data that they've gotten together to come to that point. Case in point is gravity. Gravity is a scientific theory. But it has amassed, like you said, so much information and so much data around it that we know that it's there's no the closer theory than it could be to the fact. So it's like, okay, if you try to deny gravity, then now you have to have all these factors of saying, okay, what is this then that we're experiencing? How is this happening? How is this happening? Because it's all being summed up by gravity, and we're getting these calculations spot on based on what gravity is telling us. Now we have to have other scientific theories, however, that don't go to so strict standards. You can't actually have calculations that are saying these are definitively right. There's not that many experiments that are saying it's right. So they're going based on observation and what's best known. And a lot of those observation theories have been questioned, and some of them have been debunked over time. But let's go ahead and present the scientific method to start off with so people can understand what that is. And then we'll get into the article as far as that incontrovertible fact was about, as far as when it came to evolution. Hold on one second. Let me get that up. Bless you. All right. Hold on one second here. Starting this up. I have no disagreements. I'm trying to teach people of what these things mean. Because I think a lot of people are confused about what it means and how this applies when it comes to evolution. So, right here is how you develop a scientific theory. And then we can go into the meaning of scientific theory afterwards. But everyone kept bringing up the method and the difference of hypothesis. So, to understand hypothesis, then where the scientific theory comes in. So first you ask a question, and you ask a question based on the facts or the phenomena. So the incontrovertible fact is what you ask a question around. Then you do you do background research, you construct a hypothesis, and then you test with an experiment. So once you get into that, you start collecting the experimental data based on the background research for the new or future project. You ask a new question to form a new hypothesis again if the results don't align with the hypothesis. You troubleshoot, you go back again, construct a new hypothesis. But if the results align, once you analyze the data and draw a conclusion and the results align with the hypothesis, you communicate those results. And those results are where you develop the scientific theory. So the fact again would be in the first start. You ask the question based on the scientific fact. And then once you go through the process of the scientific method, constructing a hypothesis that you think would be possible as far as a correct scientific theory, you test that. And then once that aligns, the results align with your hypothesis, then you can communicate the scientific theory. But that does not make it an incontrovertible fact, because the incontrovertible fact can't be debated. You
Right.
can't go back and say, oh, well, I don't think that's right or anything like that. You can only debate the scientific theory because that's based on the data, results, and conclusions. And since those are going to be conclusions of people, conclusions of actual people doing the research or anything like that, we can question and debate their conclusions, especially when there's a scientific theory that is not as extraneous to go through this process, which there are scientific theories that would be based more so on predictions in the future more than experiments. And that's what we're seeing when it comes to Darwin's theory of evolution, or theory or the primate evolution, neo-Darwinism, and so much more. When it comes to evolution, these things are developed scientific theories, but they do not come or go through an extraneous process as some other of the scientific theories. So they're basing it a lot on the predictions of the future. But let's stick here as far as, does everybody understand that a scientific theory is something that is developed through the hypothesis and going down as far as experimenting with it? And once the data and results align, that's where you develop the scientific theory. Is there any debate on that? Questions on that? Concerns? Sakina.
Makes
My question is, if we cannot trust anything that's based on the development of the theory, far as whatever, far as this right here, then how do we go forward with DNA?
huh?
I'm just saying, based off of this
Wait,
theory
I'm sorry.
right here.
I'm confused of your question because you're saying someone said you cannot believe the
Well,
scientific method.
right, we talking about scientific methods. That's in all methods, right? Because
Well, we're just talking about the scientific method right now. Let's not confuse it. Let's stick with science. So you're
all right,
saying someone said that you can't depend on the scientific method?
because you're
I'm confused on
saying
your
you're
question.
saying that incontrovertible fact was the whole beginning of the process, and that fact cannot be disputed. Yet we're going into the scientific method of trying to find the hypothesis was the first step, right? Trying to figure out whatever the fact. We're going into the method from guessing into a theory and to try to weigh out the facts of this of this evidence we have right here. But the method, when we said incontrovertible, I said no, but I should have said yes, because when I get in my notes, it said that the theory had enough evidence to weigh to make it true, but you had to still come up with enough tests and whatnot to make sure that your hypothesis agreed with what you said. So now we rolling, because you just can't go with your theory, your hypothesis and the theory. Now you got to take the test and roll with the numbers now. So it
Yes.
is. So now we rolling.
Okay. Nisha, what's up?
So the incontrovertible. So no, I would have to agree what Sakina is saying, because I will have to,
Mm-hmm.
because if you have the incontra if it can't be challenged, basically, and if it can't be challenged, then if it can't be challenged, then it will not equate once again to a theory, because a theory, it just can't equate. So I don't understand how you would get an incontrovertible fact at the end that will equal up to, that goes alongside a theory. I don't understand that. Maybe I'm just not understanding, but it doesn't make too much sense to me. That's it.
No, I say you're spot on. Go ahead, Sister Freedom, and then Dots.
Oh, okay. I don't know why. Okay. All right. Here's the situation. What did I write down? If science was so incontrovertible, no one would be able to question anything. But because it's not, and it's just um, what they would say their theory is facts. They put a lot of facts or situations together to try to get answers to questions. It's what, like what Nisha just said, you wouldn't be able to question anything. But they've been questioning things that they've come up with. You understand how I'm saying that things have been questioned, things have been debunked, things have been like it was so easy for me to come up with what I came up with, and I've never done science in my life. So science is not incontrovertible. It's not. It is a bunch. It's theory. Even if they want to use the word, we put together facts, doesn't make it incontrovertible. Does that, if that makes sense? Big word.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I think Gemini, she may be charging it for a little before she comes back up. So that's why. But okay, Dots, it's your turn after.
Yeah, I don't. I think you know what? For now, I think I'm just gonna sit back. I'm gonna just continue. I'm gonna continue to listen, right? So that because I'm still trying to get clarity on exactly what is the confusion. We have something. I mean, we have steps to follow in science. There's a method to follow, right? We know so that's a fact. And even when the results come, the idea is that it deals in the highest probability, right? When I said that science isn't an absolute, right? So like, hmm, you know what, y'all? I'm gonna sit back. I'm not gonna throw that out there yet. I'm gonna continue to listen, right? And then I'm gonna ask a question maybe after this next round.
But why
Okay.
don't you continue with what you were just saying? It was going
Well,
good,
let's
though.
go was it might
Because
make it a little, it might
I don't
make
want
it
to. I'm trying to
more
understand, like,
clear
what
as
is
we define different things. So right now I'm going to go into defining the actual scientific theory, what it means. But I was just going into the scientific method so everyone understands. You ask a question, you go as far as to construct a hypothesis. A hypothesis is not the scientific theory. A hypothesis is a scientific hypothesis. Then you
Hmm.
go through as far as with experiments, data, and collecting results. You collect enough results that now you develop a scientific theory. Okay.
But can I
So
ask you a question real quick?
meaning that scientific fact and the scientific theory is not on the same portion on the scientific method when it comes to it. Yes. What's up?
So are you saying all of this
this is
to say that what you got coming up on the
right.
um 18th, that okay, that's why I was saying that. That's why I wanted you to continue. Is you're saying that it's not incontrovertible. That's why this debate is happening, because there is question. So that's the reason that that's what
Scientists
I'm getting
don't
from,
debate.
what
They
I'm
don't
from it.
debate the incontrovertible facts. Are we primates have been debated since it was given to us in the
Okay.
1700s. It has
Mm,
nonstop debate. Scientists do not debate the incontrovertible facts. They don't.
it's impossible.
So that's where
No,
I'll
no, I'm
get
saying
to
it's impossible.
why I showed my other one that I think my other article that we're going to eventually get into. I think that's where it caused
Yes.
so much contention amongst the pseudo killers when I introduced it before, and they've been using it since. And I don't know if they're using it correctly yet or not, but we'll get into that as far as that article that says evolution is both fact and theory. So you have to understand what it's saying when it says that. But we got to break it down step by step before people understand fact and theory. And then you can't lump it when it's saying it's both fact and theory and saying theory is the fact. But here we go. Here is what a scientific theory is. A scientific theory is a structured explanation to explain a group of facts Or you could take out facts and put here to explain a group of incontrovertible facts. Or you can just say to explain the incontrovertible fact or phenomena, either one. But a scientific theory is a structured explanation to explain a group of facts or phenomena in the natural world that often incorporates a scientific hypothesis and scientific laws. The scientific definition of a theory contrasts with the definition most people use in casual language. The way the scientists use the word theory is a little different than how it is commonly used in the lay public, said Jamie Tanner, a professor in biology at Emerson College in Boston. Most people use the word theory to mean an idea or hunch that someone has. But in science, the word theory refers to the way that we interpret the facts. All right, I'll stop here and we can go around.
Read it again, Dulcinea, just to make
Which
sure.
part? Just the first part or the
Yeah,
whole thing?
yes.
Okay.
You can read it again to make sure that people get it.
And
Yeah.
leave it up.
And I'm leaving it up. That's why I've left everything up for us to finish talking before taking it down. A scientific theory is a structured explanation to explain a group of facts or phenomena in the natural world that often incorporates a scientific hypothesis and scientific laws. The scientific definition of a theory contrasts with the definition most people use in casual language. The way the scientists use the word theory is a little different than how it's commonly used in lay public, said Jamie Tanner, professor of biology at Emerson College in Boston. Most people use the word theory to mean an idea or a hunch someone has. But in science, the word theory refers to the way that we interpret the facts.
Great. Now, the group of facts or the phenomenon in the natural world that they do the hypothesis on is the facts and collection and things that they gather in the process of the scientific method to according to that they need with the uncontrovertible fact. That's part of the steps that they do in collecting it for the theory. Because now that it was a theory, which we already know was an incontrovertible fact, they have to now collect evidence to go along with their hypothesis because the theory already exists. So now they have to support it with facts and other evidence to go with their hypothesis, which is a guess. So moving forward, this explains that in the scientific method. Moving forward, Nisha.
All right, Nisha. And just to answer, I guess, yeah, for everybody asking the title of the debate, it hasn't changed. It's Are We Primates? That's the title of the debate, Nisha.
So
So
let me so what or which are incontrovertible fact led up to the idea that we were primates? What fact was that?
Thanks, niece.
I didn't know we was discussing that. I thought we was discussing incontrovertible facts.
That's what she just said.
mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't know we was discussing primates. I thought we was discussing scientific facts. Just
But yeah,
But
I'll,
it's a question. That's why.
I think, yes, I think she just saying it. I don't know if you were saying it rhetorically or did you want people to answer, Nisha?
No, I be wanting to know. So
Oh, that it is as far as it's because people use evolution and the primate theory as synonymous, but evolution is not the primate theory. There's a lot of theories in evolution. I think you're going to learn some new ones most people haven't even heard of in the debate, and I'm proud to represent to the people that some things that other people that have been talking on Unscrambled Minds, they're not just talking or making it up. Scientists have those theories as well. But the main thing as far as that evolution is the fact. And evolution is a fact without primates being in it. Evolution simply says that organisms change, adapt, and mutate over time. And that's the fact. And that's the only fact.
Uh,
And at different times. At different times, like you just said, different mutations
Mhm.
evolute at different times.
Yeah, that can't be debated. If someone came in and was like, "Oh, genes don't mutate," they wouldn't be a scientist.
Because then they would have to explain a primate. Was a primate first a mutation? You know what I'm saying? Like you would have to explain how in the heck did we even get primates? Where'd it come from? You know what I'm saying? So it had to be some form of of something, a glob goop mutation, whatever. I mean, where the heck did it come from? You know what I mean? And then you would have to explain how now they're finding bones and teeth and fossils and things different places. You know what I'm saying? Like at this whatever term, we'll never know really. That's why you can say it's incontrovertible. Because we really will never know. That's why you're always gonna have a question or say that don't make no sense. Because it's not incontrovertible. Am I right?
I agree with you, 100%.
Thank you.
Thoughts?
Okay, so just to get clarity, right?
Mm.
Just for clarity. So is the conversation right now about like where I'm trying to understand the division, right? Or where the confusion is coming from. So is the conversation about what a scientific theory is versus versus the scientific and what a scientific method is? Like I'm trying to
Oh,
understand because
I'll explain, Dots. I
it's kind
think
of
where
confusing right
you're
now.
where what the thing that's happening right now is that people with this question of the debate, with this question, are we primates?
Hmm.
People want to make that the incontrovertible fact. They want to make that into something that cannot be denied, cannot
Got
be
it. Okay.
debated.
Okay.
And what we have to do is now define those things so people clearly understand what can be debated and what can't.
And why?
Got it. Got it. Okay. So for the sake of the conversation, I'm gonna ask the panel a question and even in the cousins in the chat. Can Just for the sake of the conversation, okay, y'all? So can a scientific theory change over time?
Of course, I say yes because there's many that have.
Of course,
Um,
So
Sakina,
Can a scientific theory change over time?
yes.
Like as in evolution?
Anything, just in general. It doesn't
if
necessarily could be
can
Well,
for
what
anything.
everything
Any theory.
enhances. So yeah, I would say yeah, everything enhances one way or another.
or changes.
Yeah, time
What
changes
we
it.
thought it was, we thought this could cure, but let's look at this now. Oh, I think this will work better. Or like that's what she means. Like, can their theory change over time?
All right.
Like far as well, people debunking everything. So mm,
Which means it can change.
And which means it changes over time. That's right.
yeah, I agree. It could change.
yeah, you don't have a choice then. Yeah.
Okay. That was my question.
And let me ask you this, and ask the panel this, and if anybody, when they find out that, oh, we may have made a mistake, or what we thought was this. Now, you know what Dots just said is very powerful. Very, very powerful, because even in our years of living on this earth, they have changed different scientific theories many times
Mm-hmm.
on different subjects and situations. So why can't this be? Why can't being a primate of a I guess of a what is it, Dulcinea? Monkey ape? What is it that they're trying to say? It still doesn't.
It would be a collection. It would be a collection between humans, monkeys, apes, old world humans, and new world humans, and originally bats.
Okay. Why couldn't they come up with a different theory about that? I mean, really, why couldn't that be debunked? What reason would it have not to be debunked? Because that's like saying we know how the world began. And we don't. And I don't think they'll ever really know, because it's been so many thousands and millions of years we weren't in existence. How would you know when the people of Hue started, when the undone people started, when the Chinese people started, when, well, they would be called Mongoloid or what have you? How would anyone ever know?
Well, how would we know what they would be called if we don't know what it existed?
They put the names on them. They gave them the names, but I'm just saying how. That's why it's a scientific theory.
Exactly, because we can't just accept what we want and then not accept the rest. We gonna say, oh, they were called this, but we and accept that part, but then we don't know the rest.
See, just going along to get along, as Nisha would say.
Yeah, because that's what that is. When you just want to accept that part and call them names, but then you don't want to accept the rest.
Metro, we're not. But how do you really know? That's your theory. We're not millions of years old. You're talking about the human. I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm not even gonna go there. But go ahead, Dulcie.
But here you go. Someone wanted a source for that. Here's Oxford. Primates. In any member of order primates, including humans, anthropoid apes, monkeys, lorises, and lemurs.
Mm-hmm.
If you want the bats being included, come to the debate. So let's go into the the controversial article that I gave people that put everybody up in arms. Evolution, fact and theory.
I'll explain myself, Jackson, when it's my turn to talk.
So evolution, fact and theory. Scientific understanding requires both facts and theories that can explain those facts in a coherent manner. Evolution in this context is both fact and a theory. It is an incontrovertible fact that organisms have changed or evolved during the history of the life on Earth, and biologists have identified and investigated mechanisms that can explain the major patterns of change. Let me go ahead and make it larger. But did anyone want to stop here? You want to say anything, Sakina?
Damn, I'm sorry. It says it requires facts and theories that explain a coherent manner. Evolution is content, both facts and theories. Okay. It is an incontrovertible fact that organisms have changed or evolved during the history of life on Earth. No, that speaks for itself.
Right. And just so I can make it clear, if anybody that has a question about that, is that I am not debating the incontrovertible fact. I never have said evolution doesn't happen. Just to make that clear, because I think I've heard that before, that I deny evolution, which has never happened. I've never denied evolution. Nisha?
So I see that someone asks which scientific theory has ever been debunked. So you know me, I Google it up. So
Facts, Nisha. What they need to start doing. Facts. Research it.
Better, honey. It's
you-
so many.
I'm not scientific, that's not my lane, you know. So I'm also learning, and I want to have a understanding, not just shaking my head in agreement saying I don't know what the hell going on. I don't know 100%. So if I don't know, I look it up and see what I see. But as soon as I put it in, I mean, I see 10 scientific theories that were later debunked. So, and one of them is phrenology. Um, it's now widely considered as a pseudoscience. It was the study of the shape of a skull as indicative of the strength of different faculties. And modern science research wiped it out by proving that personality traits could not be traced to specific portions of the brain. So that's one
Get
thing.
them, Nisha. Get
And
them,
then
Nisha.
and then you got the blank slate, and that was the blank slate theory. And so that's another one. And then you got Einstein's static universe. So I mean, by saying that nothing was ever debunked, no theory was ever debunked. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a magical computer screen. I mean, I'm reading what I'm reading. So when you say that which one has never been debunked, it I'm seeing it. So I don't really understand that question, because if I could easily Google it up, I don't know. Tell me where I'm wrong, because I like to learn. So tell me where I'm wrong, because I don't understand. If you saying it wasn't, but I see that it is, so tell me what it is.
Don't say that. They can't tell you where you're wrong when you're right.
It's
Come on now.
impossible.
They can't tell you where you're wrong in that. Go ahead, Sister Freedom.
Everything that you just said, Niche, is correct. Okay. Like I said, from the first time I ever heard that European people came from us, went in the caves, and or they went in cold regions and their nose got small. And it just, I mean, it could be debunked because it don't make no sense to me. You know what I'm saying? So even though we're getting into this conversation now, I feel like I almost willed this to happen. But what you just said, Nisha, is so correct. There's so many things that have been debunked because there's theories. That's why they can be debunked. Just because the word facts is used don't mean that it can't be debunked. What it's saying is that they went and got a bunch of things that were facts to try to see if they can come up with an answer to what this situation is. That doesn't mean it's incontrovertible. I mean, really.
And Dots, before you go, let me say one thing. I want to say something to Jackson here with this, because we're going to address this tonight too. We're going to address what is called a straw man argument, and we're going to address what a red herring argument is. But when it comes down to it, just to address what you said, no one is saying primates are not living organisms. No one is saying primates haven't evolved over time. The question of the debate is, are we primates? Go ahead, Dots.
Wait a minute. What is? Can you, when you get done with this, can you put the definition of debunk in there? Because I see that our sister Gemini is in the chat, and she's like, I guess I don't know. I'm confused as to what she's doing, but whatever she's doing, like I guess debating what we're saying. So make sure you put the word debunk and what it means, please.
Absolutely. And I just want to make it clear to everybody that Nisha looked up scientific theories that
That
have been debunked. So
yes.
and let's stop with the, oh, that's a pseudoscience. Once they developed a scientific theory, they were a scientific theory like anything else was, and they've been debunked.
I don't even know why I'm reading her stuff.
There you go, Dots. Have it. Take it away.
That's why I keep on asking for clarity about where the division lies, right? Because that's why I start off by saying I know that science just it's not 100%. It's not an absolute. And okay, let's pull it up on Wikipedia too. The definition of science, right, is having knowledge of any kind, and then it's the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence that's already obtained, right?
Hmm.
The point of science is to always ask questions. The point of science is to always, you know, push a theory or test a theory, if you will, to advance
Always.
it. And not only can a scientific theory change, but also the method can change.
Boom.
Always.
And I was gonna say something like that in the debate, but I may have to just record you, Dots, and just play it.
Yeah, that's all. You
You
got it.
said it so eloquently. Okay. Let's go ahead and go into this evolution. And for anyone, this is the National Center of for Science and Education. So, patterns in nature. The field of evolutionary biology seeks to provide explanations for four competious patterns that manifest in nature. The three concerning living species, whereas fourth relates to fossils. There's genetic variation. There's tremendous genetic diversity within almost all species, including humans. No two individuals have the same DNA sequence, with the exception of identical twins or clones. This genetic variation contributes to the phenotypic variation that is diversity in the outward appearance and behavior of individuals of the same species. Adaptation. Living organisms have morphological, biochemical, and behavioral features that make them well adapted for life in environments in which they are usually found. For example, consider the hollow bones and feathers of birds that enable them to fly, or the cryptic coloration that allows many organisms to hide from their predators. These features may give the superficial appearance that organisms were designed by a creator or engineer to live in a particular environment. Evolutionary biology has demonstrated that adaptations arise through selection acting on genetic variation. Divergence. All living species differ from one another. In some cases, these differences are subtle, while in other cases the differences are dramatic. Carl Linnaeus proposed a classification that is still used today with slight changes. In modern schemes, similar species are grouped in generic in genre, similar genre into families, and so on. The hierarchical pattern of relationship produces a tree-like pattern, which implies a process of splitting and divergence from a common ancestor. Fossil species Fossils are mineralized remnants or impressions of once living organisms. Many fossils, such as trilobites and dinosaurs, belong to groups that no longer exist on the face of the earth. Conversely, many modern species appear similar to other fossils, yet fossils of the modern species are absent from rocks of corresponding ages. The age of the Earth is estimated to be around 4.5 billion years, with the earliest bacteria fossils about 3.5 billion years. Fossils from around 550 million years ago, the Cambrian period, show a diverse assemblage of multicellular animals. Evolutionary biology provides a scientific framework for understanding the changes that have occurred since the first life forms arose on Earth several billion years ago. Biochemists, geologists, and physicists seek natural explanations for the origin of life on Earth. While progress has been made in this area, the the origin of life remains an interesting but unanswered question. that part pretty much explain itself, or should I stop here or keep going?
No, you can keep going, baby.
Okay. Mechanisms of evolution. Biological evolution results from changes over time in the genetic constitution of species. Genetic changes often, but not always, produce noticeable changes in appearance or behavior of organisms. Evolution requires both the production of variation and the spread of some variants that replace others. Genetic variation arises through two processes: mutation and recombination. Mutation occurs when DNA is imperfectly copied during replication, leading to a difference between a parent genes and that of its offspring. Some mutations affect only one bit in the DNA, others produce rearrangement of large blocks of DNA. Recombination occurs when the genes of two parents are shuffled to produce an offspring, as happens regularly in sexual reproduction. Usually, the two parents belong to the same species, but sometimes, especially in bacteria, genes move more distantly related organisms. The fate of any particular genetic variant depends on two processes: drift and selection. Drift refers to the random fluctuations in gene frequency, and its effects are usually seen on the level of DNA. 10 flips of a coin does not always produce exactly five heads and five tails. Drift refers to the same statistical issue applied to the transmission of genetic variants across generations. The principle of natural selection was discovered by Charles Darwin 1809 and 1882, and it is the process of which organisms become adapted to their environments. Selection occurs when some individual organisms have genes that encode physical or behavioral features that allow them to better harvest resources, avoid predators, and such relative to other individuals that do not carry the same genes. The individuals that have these useful features will tend to leave more offspring than other individuals, so the responsible genes will become more common over time, leading the population as a whole to become better adapted. The process that many people find most confusion of evolution is speciation, which is not a separate mechanism at all, but rather a consequence of the preceding mechanisms played out in time and space. Speciation occurs when a population changes sufficiently over time that it becomes convenient to refer to the early and late forms by different names. Speciation also occurs when one population splits into two distinct forms that can no longer interbreed. Reproductive isolation does not generally happen in one generation. It may require many thousands of generations when, for example, one part of the population becomes geographically separated from the rest and adapts to a new environment. Given time, it is inevitable that the two populations that live apart will diverge by mutation, drift, and selection until eventually their genes are no longer compatible for successful reproduction.
Mhm.
That's
Did you
what happened to the Europeans, right?
To is that what happened to that's what happens to all living organisms. And Sakina, parts of it, the only parts that I disagree with as far as what they've said so far is when they use white people like Charles Darwin and say Charles Darwin is the first one to ever know that genes mutated over time or things changed over time. We can look at any of our ancient cultures and see that's a lie. We even know that's why they mummified things. They were mummifying cats, they were mummifying different birds, different things that they said, oh, those mummifications were because they were pseudo and they were just worshiping those animals. But that's not true. Those mummifications were their way to study those and see those genetic changes that were happening over time.
Mhm.
But far as DNA, this is why you can't find when we say find your tribe in Africa. This is why we can't find the Europeans.
In Africa?
No,
Never
and
mind the
we can't
mutation.
find the Europeans.
Finding Eurasia.
No, we don't know who the Europeans are.
She
Yeah.
gonna start that again. The undone people, huh? You yourself. I mean,
And that is absolute facts, Stillness Jackson. Facts. No truer facts have ever been spoken. That's an incontrovertible fact right there. Darwin is a eugenist, a perv, wanting to say Caucasians are superior. Incontrovertible facts.
What's
it
the
was a lot of them.
Caucasian?
During his time, it was a lot of them that said that.
What is the
Caucasians,
Caucasian?
what
They
they meant by Caucasians
understood
at the time were anyone of the white race.
What is white?
Race.
Wait. And
They
fix it,
defined it to be the Europeans.
how my boy
They
said
What
that.
is
called
the
them
European?
Homo Europeanus, and it was anyone of white, Caucasian. They explained them to have usually light eyes and light hair, light skin,
And where they
and
come from?
they would say they were
Their own
normally from
mutation.
Europe, but they
And
would
where
be.
they come from?
Their own mutation.
Oh well, where did they say
No,
that they came from?
right.
They said that they came from Africa.
That's what they said. And other scientists said they came from Eurasia and they were Neanderthals that came from Eurasia and that we, man,
Well, that's after they came from Africa, Sister Freedom. They said
yeah,
they
right.
came from Africa and they're the best to come out of Africa.
But
So and I ain't saying they
not these
Were
scientists.
they
I
part
ain't
of the
saying they
Moors
said it.
then? Were they the white Moors?
They would include the white Moors in that definition, yeah. They would include
Okay.
anyone that was white in it.
They were the white Moors.
Yeah, they would include anyone that was white in that definition. Evidence for evolution and its significance in our lives. It is impossible to review all evidence for evolution in a short article such as this. However, offers the samples of kind of evidence that have been discovered and confirmed repeatedly by scientists. These examples also illustrate the importance of this evidence for science and society in general. Evidence from fossils. Based on a mirage of similarities and differences between living species, evolutionary biology makes predictions about the features of ancestral forms. For example, numerous features indicate birds are derived from reptilian ancestors. By contrast, this data reject the possibility that birds were derived from other groups, such as flying insects. Scientists have discovered fossil birds with feathers and legs like modern birds, but which also have teeth and clawed digits on their forelimbs and a tailbone like their reptilian ancestors. Fossils are especially important evidence for evolution because, with little effort, each of us can use our eyes and minds to observe and interpret the dinosaur and other ancient fossils in public museums. Evidence from genetics. The genomes of all organisms contain overwhelming evidence for evolution. All living species share the same basic mechanism of heredity using DNA or RNA in some viruses to encode genes that are passed from parent to offspring and which are transcribed, and translated into proteins during each organism's life. Using DNA sequences, biologists, quantify the genetic similarities and differences among species in order to determine which species are more closely related to another and which are more distantly related. In doing so, biologists use essentially the same evidence and logic used to determine paternity in lawsuits. The pattern of the genetic relatedness between all species indicate a branching tree that implies a divergence from a common ancestor. Within this tree of life, there is an occasional repulations where two branches fuse rather than separate. For example, mitochondria were the organelles found in the cells of plants and animals. Mitochondria have their own genes, which are more similar to genes in bacteria than genes on chromosomes in a cell of a nucleus. Thus, our distant ancestors arose from a symbiosis of two different cell types. The genetic similarity between species, which exists by virtue of evolution from the same ancestral form, is an essential fact that underlies biomedical research. This similarity allows us to begin to understand the effects of our genes by conducting research on genes from other species. For example, genes that control the process of DNA repair in bacteria, flies, and mice have been discovered to influence certain cancers in humans. These findings also suggest strategies for intervention that can be explored in other species before testing on humans. Evolution in action. Evolutionary change continues to this day, and it will proceed so long as life itself exists. In recent years, many bacteria pathogens have evolved resistance to antibiotics used to cure infections, therefore requiring a new and more costly treatments. In some frightening cases, bacteria has evolved resistance to every available antibiotic, so there is no longer effective treatment. In the case of HIV, which causes AIDS, significant viral evolution occurs within the course of infection of a single patient. This rapid evolution enables the virus to invade the immune system. Many agricultural pests have evolved resistance to chemicals that farmers have used for only a few decades. As we work to control diseases and pests, the responsible organisms have been evolving to escape our controls. Moreover, scientists can perform experiments to study evolution in real time, just as experiments are used to observe dynamic processes in physics, chemistry, and other branches of biology. To study evolution in action, scientists use organisms like bacteria and fruit flies that reproduce quickly so they can see the changes that require many generations. Conclusion: evolutionary biology is a strong and vigorous field of science, a theoretical framework that encompasses several basic mechanisms, is consistent with the patterns seen in nature. And there is abundant evidence demonstrating the action of these mechanisms as well their contributions to nature. Hence, evolution is both theory and set of established facts that the theory explains. Like every other science, there is scientific a debate about aspects of evolution. Let me go ahead and read that again. Like every other science, there is a scientific debate about some aspects of evolution, but none of these debates appear likely to shake the foundations of the field. There exists no other scientific explanation that can account for all the patterns in nature, only non scientific explanations that require a miraculous force like a creator, such as the supernatural explanations lie outside of science, which can neither prove nor disprove miracles. Science provides us with a compelling account and explanation of the changing life on earth. It should also remind us of our good fortune to have come into being and our great responsibility to ensure the continuity of life. Um, so was there anything that you wanted to say to this point and ending? Anybody, Sakina?
No, no, science does not disagree with that.
Huh?
Nisha?
Mm, no, I got some. I just got some thoughts right now. I'm processing some things that I read.
Share it
So
with us.
no, not no. Let me get my
Not
thoughts.
yet, not yet. Okay. Sister Freedom?
Um, hmm. I just say it's saying that it changes, it evolves. You know, I agree with you.
Peace. And yes, it does say that. It does say that. And it emphasizes that some aspects of evolution is debatable in science. So we'll get into what people are doing as far as their straw man and red herring arguments, that because evolution is an incontrovertible fact, that means all aspects of evolution that science say are incontrovertible. You can see in this conclusion that is not the case. Dots.
I'm here. I don't have anything to add to that.
Okay, so let's go into these arguments that people are making. So into this straw man and red herring that they're having. because once you say that a aspect of evolution and you debate it, they want to make evolution in its totality be what you're debating and not the aspect. That's gonna be called
Don't forget
man.
the definition of debunk.
Debunk. Oh yeah. Let me get to that first. Sorry. I'll go to debunk first.
It's y'all specialty right here. Debunk.
Brass needs to understand.
But yeah, Brass. Sorry, that's not what it was debated. Actually, that was actually debated, and I'm gonna bring up Cedric in a little bit, saying that that scientific theory is a scientific fact, which it's not. I think it's clear. Everybody on the panel, that's clear to you right now that a scientific theory is not the same as a scientific fact, right? Or is anyone still have confusion on that?
Say it again. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Does anyone have confusion that a scientific theory is not a scientific fact?
No. I have no confusion.
No. Is based off of the evidence. Is based off of the incontrovertible facts. So it has enough supporting evidence that
that's right, Jackson.
Yeah.
Just facts.
So it's based off of the facts. So yeah.
Yeah, the facts are within the theory, not the theory.
Within. Not
the theory.
It can't be disputed. The theory cannot be disputed. So it is
theory
facts within the theory.
The facts cannot be
disputed. Jackson. It's the facts within the theory. So it is a fact.
No, it's not.
Because it has enough evidence on its own to be.
Yeah, it has evidence, and the evidence can be debated. Even with evidence, evidence doesn't make it an incontrovertible fact. That's what the whole thing was. The scientific fact is not
that you're debating is
scientific theory. It's not
the only thing that you're debating is the what, when, why.
Where and how.
No,
exactly, and that is the what, when, why, and how is the
scientific debating the when, why, and how.
And the scientific fact is the what exactly. So
yeah,
we're all on a part. The scientific fact is the what, the when, why, how is the scientific theory, which can be debated and debunked. So
right.
To debunk something,
no, you cannot debunk that because what are you debunking?
A theory is not a fact.
Scientific theory.
What are you debunking?
To try to answer or get answers. They only using facts to try to get answers.
The theory is not a fact.
Oh my God! The scientific theory is not the scientific fact. It's not. I can go back to it again if we need to go to that again.
No, we don't. For who?
Okay, you don't need the actual definition.
No, for what?
Okay.
Because
it was just
I don't need
because we're trying to go on the basis that we're understanding that a scientific theory and a scientific fact are not the same.
I don't need nobody to comprehend. Both of y'all can't comprehend for each other. So I don't need y'all to try to comprehend for me.
I'm confused as to why you just said
that. So what you being
I was saying
I'll be damned if y'all both trying to understand
confused on what
you the one that sound confused is the reason why we
I found confused to you and you confuse your damn
Marcus was so unnecessary.
No, I'm just asking. That's why I asked. Do we understand that they're different? That's the only question I had was
the only thing is that I can't learn for both of y'all and for myself. So how are you gonna make me?
I didn't even say nothing. That's why I'm
like, no, I just asked
y'all
because
trying to make me understand the way y'all understand.
We got one mic. We got one mic, y'all. We got one mic, y'all. Come on now.
Yeah, I was just asking if it's understood. If not, we can go back.
In my face, I didn't even say nothing.
I did understand. Somebody trying to make me understand something and calling me confused. I'm not. I understand.
I said
I didn't say that you were. I just asked if you were.
It's the understand the facts of the theory, and that's the explanation of it. So yes, I do understand that the theory is a fact of the.
No, it's not.
Okay, see what I'm saying?
The theory is not a fact. They said that they're using facts to get the answer. Like they're using facts within the theory to try to answer whatever
That's
the
not gonna make
situation.
me understand it to what you're saying.
Listen,
Right.
I could just give an example, Dustin. It might be
That's not
easy.
go-
Well, we'll just go on to debunk or anything, and we'll get into what Cedric said, and then we'll go back into that with the scientific theory. Okay, so to debunk something is to show an idea, a belief, etc., is false. To show that something is not as good as people think it is. His theories have been debunked by recent research.
Right. That's what debunk means, to show that an idea, which is a theory, or a belief that someone has, to show that it's, you know what I'm saying, like to show that something is not as good as people think it is. His theories have been debunked by recent research, meaning finding different things to answer the question that debunks what they thought it was before. And they're using facts to do that. I mean, I'm just trying to,
Get some things clear to people. Yeah.
that's all.
All right. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna get into people's straw
Gemini,
man.
where are you at?
She says she's still charging her phone.
Well, they ain't gonna never get charged because she in there in the chat.
Maybe she's on her computer. Who knows what she's doing?
Does not does not apply to science. I can't. Girl, I can't.
I know they a little slow. We got some pseudo killers in the chat tonight, so they a little slow. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine.
People find different ways.
We're gonna let them stay doing their science on YouTube. The straw man fallacy occurs when someone distorts or exaggerates another person's argument, then attacks the distorted version of the argument instead of genuinely engaging. Person 1: I think pollution from humans contributes to climate change. Person 2: so you think humans are solely responsible for extreme weather? What about volcanoes? Are we to blame for those too?
Explain what you're saying.
Okay, so we'll go into this straw man fallacy, but let me read it again. A straw man fallacy occurs when someone distorts or exaggerates another person's argument and then attacks the distorted version of the argument instead of genuinely engaging. Person 1: I think pollution from humans contributes to climate change. Then person 2 says, you think humans are solely responsible for extreme
how it changed up?
What about volcanoes? Are we to blame for those too? So yeah, that just changed the argument. Someone said, I think humans.
Yeah, they changed it up. That's
exactly.
What
they changed it completely.
Yes.
So that's called a straw man fallacy. I wanted to get into that because we saw Jackson make that same straw man fallacy. We see it from the pseudo killers all the time. And someone questions.
We see it from members of Unscrambled Minds.
Don't do our sisters like that. Let's not do our sisters like that. We're a united force. Don't do that. But anyways, so we're a united force no matter if people are using straw man fallacies or not. So anyways, what you'll see, the main straw man fallacy that's being used over and over and over again is when you deny an aspect of evolution, they say you are denying evolution in its totality. That is a straw man fallacy. Anyone want to go from here?
I call that straw man fallacy. You say straw man fallacy, and I say move the goalpost.
Right? That's the same thing. You just
the same thing, baby girl.
That's the same
thing. Girl, it kills me when they do that. Like, I didn't just say, why are you exaggerating? I didn't even say that.
Did nobody just say that?
Nobody just said that. And why are you really making it seem like the person said it too? What kills me is when they read something and they exaggerate it, like you said, like just so you can agree with them. I'll be like, this person really think they smart though.
Well,
Wow.
I just acknowledge y'all were in the chat and some of y'all saying some things that are wrong. So let's go into the red herring next. But y'all hear it, and I agree, Sister Freedom. We hear those straw mans all the
time. It'd be like, oh my God,
all
it
the
drains me.
time. And I know Nepal's gonna be better than that because I know she wouldn't just give me the alley oop by giving me a fallacy. But if she did give me the alley oop, I would think like, oh, I could probably change some minds. But I can't rely on her to give me the alley oop. If I was debating a man though, he would definitely give me the alley oop of these fallacies
all the time.
the whole time. A red herring fallacy is an attempt to redirect the conversation away from the
girl. You better stop.
A red herring is used by introducing an irrelevant piece of information that distracts the reader or listener. This can be intentional or unintentional. As a result, one can divert others' attention away from the original discussion topic or avoid answering a difficult question. A red herring fallacy example. A police officer pulls a car over for speeding. The driver complains, saying they shouldn't pay a fine since there are so many dangerous criminals out there and the police should be chasing them instead. Although worse criminals do exist, this is a separate issue. The real issue is that the driver exceeded the speed limit and this is punishable.
Girl, I need you to send me them definitions. And don't forget the gaslighting one too.
We should get into gaslighting, but we won't do them like that. We won't do them like that tonight, okay? We won't do them like that.
One more time so they might not get it.
Okay, I'll read it. I'll read the definition.
Read this. Gemini said freedom and Dulcinea, the only ones with square wheels pushing uphill. That's the main person on here with all of the definitions that you just
right. Oh, the strong man.
Sound like she got a little bit of knowledge or something. She had the nerve to gaslight with this bull crap about freedom and Dulcinea, the only ones. I don't even know what went through her mind. Pushing up here, wondering what everybody doing. Are you serious? What gaslighting? Red herring fallacy. You on here, you only got control. I swear, power is something. The power of the fingers. When people get a little bit of that's where the power is in the chat right now. Get up on this thing.
And peace, Lolita Mays. Peace, Lachini. Peace in the chat. Thank you for coming, y'all. And let me go ahead and read it again. A red herring fallacy is an attempt to redirect the conversation away from the original topic.
Read it how it is.
A red herring is used by introducing an irrelevant. Let me say that again. A red herring is used by introducing an irrelevant piece of information that distracts the reader or listener.
Didn't she just do that?
Or unintentional. As a result, one can divert others' attention away from the original discussion topic or avoid answering a difficult question.
That's what she just did by saying that about us. Girl, you better go ahead. Oh, girl.
Yeah, so I brought those up. I felt like people should actually know what those mean because those happen to us all the time.
Yes.
All the time.
Are you
like Dot said, people move the goalposts to the other side of the gymnasium. They move the goalposts
where they
to a whole other state. Like what are we talking about right now?
Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
This is to anybody, chat, panel something. Okay, don't matter. So when they find the fossils, right? Like a 13 million year old fossil, and so do they get the date from hold on. Do they get the date from carbon dating? Like
Yes.
say something is 13 million years old, right?
There's no way they would know that, but go ahead.
Yes, it's
So
carbon dating is the only it's the only tool that they have to be accurate when it comes to that.
Kind of
but
accurate. I would
Oh
even
yeah, yeah. I mean, like there's definitely
but
questions
it
about carbon
doesn't
dating.
carbon dating doesn't date back 13 million years.
Yes,
So so
it
no,
gets crazy
seriously.
once you go back a million years. Actually, that's
So
when it's like it can be debated if even that number is correct when it comes to carbon dating.
okay, so he's DQ says that they date from many different tests, but I thought so. What's another test? Put it in the chat so I can Google that up. Um, but if carbon dating only goes back 50 years, 50,000 years, where he getting all these different dates from that's millions and millions of years old? So if carbon dating, so give me another one. They test carbon, they test radiation, and they test. Hold on, I can't see that. Fanata around the bones. So what's the name of the test though? So I can look it up. I can't just do it like that. So tell me the exact name of the test that's being used to date things over 5 million years old, because I want to understand that part. I do. I really want to understand what is actually used if it's already said that carbon dating only goes back this many years, but you got stuff older than that. So what did they use? And I'll sit and I'm done, but I'll just wait on the answer so I can look it up because I don't.
All good, yeah. So let's go ahead and while let's have Cedric lie to y'all. Let's see.
just remember your questions, Marcus. So when we open the panel, you can come up and say what you want to say. He said argon dating is one.
Okay.
And I think Brass wanted to
When
give
you have a natural phenomena. And when we use phenomena in science, that means something we observe. It could be water freezing. It could be a bird flying. It's a natural phenomenon. We observe it. We're going to create a hypothesis, which is a synonym for proposition. So we have a hypothesis. We have a explanation on how this occurred. What we have that hypothesis has to be tested to validate if what I assume or what I think is going on is is actually a fact. So we do experiments. Experiments provide us with a certain amount of data. That data is what we call facts. Next to that, you have a prediction. So if my hypothesis is correct, we have the experiments that validate it, then this is what should be discovered or found in the near future or in the distant future if we do such and such and such. This point that the prediction is established, then we have a body of work that we call a scientific theory. We have the germ theory. We have the theory of evolution. We have the Big Bang theory. This is all steps. So in science, you need to be very precise with the nomenclature, the terminology, and the steps. So this is the sequence. Theory in science is at the end of a whole series of steps. Once you have that theory, you go back to to creating new hypotheses, executing new tests, creating new predictions to substantiate the current theory or to create a new theory based on new evidence. Based on our findings, our technology improves, and because information and knowledge is infinite, we continue. The more answers we get, the more questions arise. So this process is circular and never ending. There is not a point that a scientist speaks in absolutes. But what is absolutely paramount, ladies, is that we understand fundamentally, without any confusion, what we are talking about and the steps as I just explained them. There is nothing in between. There is no, so what you're saying is it's just like that. Nothing else, nothing more. No, 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 nothing to add, nothing to take away.
And
I
what
yield the floor.
Cedric just explained was the scientific method, is which what I've been trying to explain to Bobby Banger this whole time, as far as to say the difference between the hypothesis and to say as far as the fact or the phenomenon. So as we go through this conversation, we're going to bring up different scientific theories that are accepted theories. They've been tested, but I'm sure Bobby Banger doesn't accept them, even though they've been tested as far as and gone through the scientific method, because he only goes by what he believes is the only scientific truth. But what I said exactly was the scientific method. Yes, Mr. Freedom.
Whoa, hey, Freedom.
Wait a
Hey,
minute.
Freedom.
Yes.
Hey, Freedom.
Yes.
Check this out, man. So what the hell is we doing right now? Is
Come
we
on,
gonna
wait,
sit up
wait.
here? Hold on for a minute, Freedom.
We
Are we
gonna go,
gonna
wait,
sit up here?
We
Hold
gotta
on
make.
for a minute. Relax. Don't jump in and confuse the conversation. This is a
I'm
high
not.
level
I
conversation.
was gonna say something to Cedric, please, if you would just give me that.
But I want to know: are we gonna do this? Is she sitting up here acting like she agrees with me? Is she
No.
trying to convince the whole world that all of a sudden that I don't know what a theory is? I've been teaching for 15 years. So, Dulcinea, what are you saying?
Kinda
You
different.
Hold on for a minute. No, I want to make. I want to draw that. I want to draw that line, Dulcinea. Dulcinea. I want to draw the line, Dulcinea. Me and you do not agree. You do not agree what was on the screen, or else you wouldn't have been saying it.
Understand what the scientific method is. That's
So
why
how
we
not?
don't
How
agree.
I don't
You
understand what the scientific
what the
method is,
scientific
Dulcinea.
method is. We will go as far as when we go, even talk about evolution.
Evolution.
Is it a theory or is it a fact?
Let me first say
It is both. It is both.
Exactly.
It's both.
It's a
It's
theory
both.
to explain
Exactly.
the fact. The fact is that we know organisms change. The theory is that we started out as primates. That's the point. Sister Freedom, what did you want to say?
What is he? Wait, is it me or something, Cedric?
It's not
I'm gonna let, hey Juju, y'all can go ahead, yo. Let me get out.
Now,
Again,
no, let me
can I
please.
just correct? Can, can I just correct that cardinal error in fundamental understanding of the evolution? We look around, evolution is a natural phenomenon. We have explanations on how the diversity of life came into being. That whole body of work, including human evolution, we call the theory of evolution. There is a hypothesis was established by Darwin that if that humans evolved from one singular common ancestor. That was the hypothesis. Years later, this hypothesis was established by the finding of fossils. Today, we have even more data substantiating the evolutionary process of Homo sapiens sapiens, which is now more evidence substantiating the total body of the theory of evolution. It contained a hypothesis which specific to the human evolution, but that hypothesis has since been established and is now confirmed as part of the facts of the theory of evolution. So, Sister Dulcinea, please, the nomenclature is absolutely vital in this conversation, and what you just said was absolutely incorrect. I'm sorry.
It is not absolutely incorrect because, as you said, as far as that, what we have to substantiate the theory of the human evolution coming from primates, we actually have scientific evidence and tested hypotheses, is so that we did not come from primates. So we will discuss that and the scientific evidence that we did not come just strictly out of Africa. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go through these scientific tested theories, as well as the different theories about gravity that we have, and they're scientific theories, and they are tried and tested. And they say that gravity is not a natural phenomenon. It always exists. So as we discuss this, Cedric, I definitely hope that you can address the sciences and the observations and the data and the testing that goes into your theory. I'm not sure. As well as your theory of gravitation.
Why is she jumping in though? Why are you jumping in? Sister Freedom, you can get it too, Sister Freedom.
Wait a minute, I don't care about
because anybody can't get it. Mexicans can't get it.
Freedom was just
sisters can't get it.
You guys tried to act like they had no decorum, but every time we're talking for 2 seconds, you can't sit down. I can never get nothing in. And you guys get to talk for like 5 to 10 minutes a piece.
But I thought you was interviewing. I thought you was interviewing me.
Here we go, Bobby Banger.
I thought you was interviewing me. I didn't know I was come on here and hear you make up shit.
I'm not making nothing up.
If I'd have known,
Cedric explained just what she just said. That's all he did.
I would have just not.
Dulcinea.
Can I say something, please?
Hey, Dulcinea, you just beat yourself up, Dulcinea.
Thank you. Yeah. That was a lot.
The word fact is what's getting them. The word fact. They don't see that's within the theory. The word fact is fucking them up.
Yeah, right. Like
that word is up, down.
He explained the scientific facts, scientific theory process so perfect. He even talked about what Dots was saying, how it can change over time as they get more evidence and proof. And it's not substantiated to be like it will never change. And he said everything perfect. And then once you say primate into it, no, that part is a fact. Wait a minute. No, it's not. Not according to just the definition you just gave.
Yeah, my whole thing is that word and turn their heads up that word because they use facts to try to prove the theory. That's what's messing them up.
That it is
because they use the word, they're using facts to
but evolution is a fact. Evolution is a fact.
Yes.
And evolution has theories.
That's what's getting them. Girl, I'll be like, what part are they not getting? Like, that's why it can be debunked all the time.
But I saw Marcus, he said, don't come on pseudo killers asking why we respond the way we do. I don't want to hear it. I don't know who comes on pseudo killers except other people that may want to be pseudo killers. I don't know, but I don't think anyone comes on pseudo killers saying why do y'all respond the way they do, because I've never been on pseudo killers or community of skeptics. I never even asked to be on there.
Just be nice to us and we'll be nice to you.
It's hard. It don't have to be nice.
You saying nothing smart.
They just gonna take this whooping real quick. They don't gotta be nice. They can go cry into the pillow like we used to have to do as children. We had to go into the room and cuss our mamas out. Be like, oh, this, and she say,
yeah, mutation might be a fact, but the theory is what's mutation and where it is.
Right.
How many is it and how did it begin? You know what I'm saying? It's just so much you can question. Come on. Or it's so much they can come up with, they finding different things all the time. So why can't it be? My God.
And the point is, even Cedric, and this is where I say, are they just being disingenuous?
Yeah.
Or is it really an ignorance that they have? But I think it's more so than being disingenuous, because you understand step by step of the process, but then you try to confuse people and say, oh, but a scientific theory is a scientific fact. Why aren't you getting it? Why don't you understand the difference?
Pull up the word disingenuous and please pull up the word pseudo. Girl, because that would make Everybody's pseudo. Whoever don't go by the mainstream situations are pseudo. If mainstream hell religion is mainstream, so whoever's atheist is pseudo. Whoever don't go by mainstream is pseudo. So every damn body that's on YouTube is pseudo. Okay. Pull it up, Dulcinea. So you intentionally don't believe in God, so you pseudo. You intentionally don't believe the characters in the book is true, so you say it out. Whoever don't go by whatever on the mainstream is pseudo.
Pseudo, not genuine, spurious, or sham. A pretentious or a pretentious or insincere person.
Now, see, that's what they're saying, but they got the wrong definition for what pseudo is. They're saying if you don't agree with them, then you're pseudo or grow. If you don't agree with the mainstream, with what's going on in the main world, or with whatever the go along, get along gang, then you're pseudo. But that's not what pseudo means.
And
Y'all
genuine,
don't even know what science means.
to be
All right.
genuine is to truly what something is said to be or authentic. A person, emotion, or action that's sincere. A genuine attempt to delegate authority. So yeah,
Okay.
I
I
think
think let's press.
confusion
I think
has-
it's. I think that we should kind of like press the reset button, ladies. Get back to center. Okay. Get back to center. And
What you
at
mean
the
by
end of the
that,
day, press the reset button and get back to center so we can carry on.
I'm
Oh
so
yeah,
Because
she's
this
saying back to the science. Back
back
to
to
the
what we're
science.
talking about.
But yeah,
We're
I would say as far as
it's
that,
a
I agree with what you're saying, Sister Freedom. When it comes to
yeah,
the
science.
pseudo thing,
They don't even know what
pseudo
the
has been just used
definition
for
is. They
anybody that
throwing the word out there.
doesn't adhere to the mainstream, whatever the mainstream is saying. But it's funny because I don't know if they understand what all their theories are saying at the end of the day.
And
So
our
there's a
sisters
lot of
in the chat calling us pseudo. She said y'all pseudo. I don't know who she talking about, us or the chat members.
Oh, she was saying we're pseudo or anything, but
Wow.
I would just be
We
like,
are glad to be there.
move on.
Their definition.
But yeah, so that's what we see a lot of the times when it's coming to this in the scientific method, as far as it, and that's why I brought up the straw man and the red herring fallacies to go along with that as well, because we have to be truthful of what portion of evolution is the scientific fact and where the theories are being upheld. So I think what Nisha is going into though is a good part of the conversation. So Nisha, were you able to find some of the other dating mechanisms? And would you like to pull up the dating mechanisms that you were researching?
Um,
Or just tell me where to go and I'll pull it up.
so
Some people need a lot of attention. Sorry about that, Niche. I had to throw that in. Sorry, Niche.
no problem. Yeah, so I don't just stop at the first little thing that comes up. I go through a couple of things and read, compare, contrast, and so I looked up the argon dating, the K-AR dating measures the accumulation of argon in a substance. Um, but then And so I asked, how accurate is argon dating? And potassium argon dating is accurate from 4.3 billion years. But then I'm reading something else, and see that's the thing with sources, because I mean you hear all the time, source up, shut up, piece of juju. Um, but you got a lot of different sources. I mean, I don't scam through skim through a lot of these sources, and it's like, yeah, it does, but then it's not accurate. another source goes against the 4.3 billion years. So it's not accurate. So then, like, so what is the most accurate? And it says that radiocarbon dating is the most accurate. So if radiocarbon dating is the most accurate, um, um, the potassium argon dating isn't that accurate. So how could we be 100% sure? See, that's the thing that I'm not getting, and it's not. It's not really flowing in my head, and I'm trying to have a understanding. I'm really trying to understand the dating, because that really throws me off. Because if nothing is 100% accurate, then how can we say something is 100% accurate? What am I missing? You got different things to date different things, different gases. I get that. But this is something that says, what are the limitations of argon dating? Because the KAR dating technique. Somebody unmute up, please. I can hear myself. Thank you. And it says, because the KR dating technique relies on determining the absolute abundances of both the 40 AR and potassium, there is not a reliable way to determine if the assumptions are valid. Argon loss and excess argon are two common problems that may cause erroneous ages to be determined. So what is it? And so the thing with me is, okay, this source says this. This source says that. And it's not just one source going against. You can find a couple of them that's on your left, a couple of them on your right. How do you know for sure? So a damn theory to me is still a theory. It's not anything proven, and because you can't get the dates right. So already, right there, you can't get the dates right. So if you can't get the dates right, how you gonna tell me something is 100%?
Okay,
Just like Cedric say, it's no absolutes. So
okay. Exactly, and you're right. So since you figured it out like that, I'm gonna leave it with that. Thank you.
Did you want to say anything to respond to that, Sister Freedom?
I'm gonna let Dot say something.
What is going on tonight? What is going on, y'all? What is happening? Okay, whatever's happening, don't forget to hit the like button. I know that. Okay, that's the most
ain't
important.
nothing happening, sis.
Okay.
Whatever's happening, just don't forget to hit that blood clot like button. You heard? All right. So,
real walkie-talkie.
Real walkie-talkie. Okay. Shout out to the chat. How are y'all doing? Y'all are happy. Y'all are something else. This is a really interesting conversation. I mean, I think that is the beauty of science, right? Look, it's my opinion that the magic of science is in that 0.1%, right? It's where those questions are, right? It's where that incubus stage begins, right? And that's in my opinion, that is the magic of science, right? Because science, like I said before, science isn't absolute, right? It isn't. Things can always be tested. Things can always be proven or disproven.
Mm-hmm.
That's what science is about. It's about the inquiry. It's about the questions. It's about the I don't believe. I don't care what you say. I still that is science. It is in that 0.1%, right? Because science deals in probability, not absolutes. It deals in more often than not.
That's right.
Not 100%.
Man, I swear. I want to clip this for the conclusion. I'm definitely clipping you, Dots. I'm sorry. I had to. What you just said, you're just killing it tonight for sure. But yeah, I agree.
You got it. You got it, baby.
Yeah, what Nisha's saying, you're spot on when it comes to it. That's the point. When we're coming to these things, and when you're wholly relying on these dating methods, and you're going by so far to be like the science is in one aspect. There's really not many theories that do that either. Usually, a scientific theory relies on multiple aspects of science. But when it comes to this one, it's overwhelmingly has to go by fossils. And when we look at those fossils, we date those fossils. Um, the genuine scientists are going to tell you that those dates could be inaccurate. The ingenuine ones are going to say no, it can be believed. It's only a relative inaccuracy or anything like that. Like it's even a bigger inaccuracy than 2%. I'm sorry, Sakina, in the chat. It's a bigger inaccuracy than just 2%. The dating is not always 98% conclusive to the date. It can be off sometimes 50,000 years. It can be off millions of years other times. Because the older something is, the harder it is to date it accurately. So when it comes to that, and we're solely saying, okay, these fossils prove it. And then it's like we can't prove those fossils indefinitely. But you can make the fossils an incontrovertible fact. And they're not.
They're not even proven as that, honestly, because they also leave the evidence for you to be able to make your own conclusions. So they're not even to say they're being debunked, but they're also left out so that you can draw your own conclusions, not to say where you can, because they're left out for other evidence and so on and so forth. So it's not to say to be debunked, it's also for other evidence because of it being ongoing and added on and whatnot. So for evolution as it evolves in time, because you can find bones and whatever that has to be added on. So I did do something, and it's in my notes because I remember reading that part, and that was what y'all was talking about. So as time goes on, they could find missing bones where they may have did a clay drawing or a piece they put in it, and they actually find that piece later, and so they can put that piece in or whatever as time evolves. That kind of stuff. I don't want to keep repeating myself. So yeah.
I thought Gemini's phone battery died, but she's mighty active in the chat.
Okay,
she's very active in the chat.
I mean,
kind of, like what?
I'm confused.
Too much.
Well, hopefully she comes back up. It's 2 hours in, y'all. Are y'all ready to drop this link? You ready for?
Yeah, you can drop it if you want. Let Brad
people can come up now and they can join. I made my points as far as this.
Okay. We can't, but they understand you can't go but crazy in it because of the debate. So we can talk about around
we can talk around it, different things. Right. And of course, I am going to say, if you ask me a question that's going to be in my debate, I'm going to say it's going to be in the debate. And you can say that whatever you want to say about it. Oh, I'm not purchasing the debate. No one cares.
Well, I ain't going to say too much.
Why wouldn't somebody want to see the debate, though? That's crazy.
Oh, well, people, you know how they come. You know how they come. Don't play.
That don't even make sense, though. They should want to. Gosh, they got all this to say. They should want to hear the information so they can make a constructive choice. You know what I'm saying? With no question, like.
Right, they don't want to sound too smart.
Yeah, yeah, right. They don't. That's the problem. They don't sound too smart.
Because if they sound too smart, they're probably in the wrong room.
Girl, she had a nerve to say we talking reckless tonight, and all you've been doing in that chat is talking reckless. Is she writes? I can't even. That's too crazy for me. I can't.
Now stay your pseudo self in the chat, Gemini. It's only one pseudo in the panel.
But you know how it is to knock off the stuff. Remember, you was reading that. What's that? The red? Is it the red? One of them goes with the red herring.
Well, yeah, come back.
Red herring and straw man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did that drop the link?
I
dropped the link.
I'm gonna stop even looking because it's just that
Jackson have several seats. Okay. All right. Have several.
She didn't even need to be safe with y'all. She's supposed to be safe with her sister.
You got me all the way
I'm not safe with my
several seats,
I mean,
it have several seats, brother.
Turning against us.
Stay down. Please.
That don't even make sense.
Yes, Victoria, I'm debating the poll on the 18th of November. And it's Are We Primates? And I think people might be scared to come on now because they were going to come up with all them straw man fallacies, and
red herrings.
They were going to come with all the
they scared?
all the straw man
and all that. Now they know what pseudo really means.
And now I done cut the neck off already. I chopped the whole little argument.
It's
now
crazy.
Like, yeah, what can I even come up there and say? You can't.
And the whole time, the scientists of the YouTube been using the wrong word for pseudo. They're using the wrong ways to use the word pseudo, but they thought it was such a smart word to use to call their own brothers and sisters pseudo. That's a bad thing. It's negative. It is a very negative word. But they didn't even know the real definition to it, and they're calling their own brothers and sisters pseudo. You want to read that definition again? Because it don't go with what they're saying that pseudo is. That's not cool.
I don't think they can still say they can name call they want, I think it's funny. I thought one of the funniest arguments, and I told my friend this, I was like, you can call someone anything, but don't call them an agent, okay? Because that's the most. I mean, bitch, hoe.
It's the same thing.
Motherfucker. I don't even know. We could call it, but agent is the worst thing someone can call someone.
Ain't that crazy? But did you see the definition of pseudo though? Okay. Please. Jackson says, what is pseudoism?
I can't believe no one hit the link. I have so much. Come on, hit the link, y'all. I had a lot of good stuff to say in the chat. What's up? Hit the link. Come find us.
It's going to be hard for them to come up. They usually come up with all the straw man arguments in the world.
All the red herring.
You can't come up with they were really
all the evidence that you have and sources that you have, they'll still say that you're being disingenuous. Like you're the only one in the world think the way you do. I'm telling you, I think the way you do. And according to what Nisha's finding and stuff, she do too, and so do Dots. So that's just 3 or 4 right there. And I think Sakina do too. But I'm not sure because Sakina's still like unbalanced on it. But
on
what they're saying.
Oh shit.
But we're not banging anymore. We're not banging any drums any more than anyone has banged on us. You notice that we've only had one stream with someone else's name in our stream that hasn't come here, and we have multiple streams right now that say unscramble minds, unscramble minds, unscramble minds. So tell the other people stop banging, because I respond.
Yeah, I mean, saying all kind of rude, ignorant, and not knowing really what that.
And I respond with the incontrovertible facts.
Okay.
Okay.
Incontrovertibly, they don't know what it means. Even that, I'm serious. I got to.
I know, Sachi. You should just come up and piss them off more. Say some stuff that's gonna piss them off about the Aboriginals. Come on, Sachi. Come on.
the age of Aquarius. They gonna find out they wrong about that too. They gonna find out that too.
Hey, pin the link.
I'll pin it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like pin the tail on a donkey. And they the donkey. Girl, I'm just trying to told you. But I guess they ain't going to, you know. But it's all good because we can get the
I didn't see Babylon Dawn in the chat. Peace, Babylon Dawn.
But we love everybody though, that's for sure enough. We don't discriminate against our brothers and sisters. We don't call them names.
Is that an incontrovertible fact?
That's a theory like a mug. I would call you names.
Okay.
What I won't do.
Oh, let me let y'all know since y'all not
or anything like that. I don't go there. I
Lolita. But listen, I want to start a weight loss contest.
What?
Between
What?
us?
For those who want to join, I'm not saying everybody, but who want to join?
Lord.
Why not?
But maybe because, well, one thing, I ain't trying to necessarily lose weight. I don't have to be like getting shape contests, but I don't want to lose no weight.
In it, it's cool to start a contest and give yourself a couple months. You know what I'm saying? To get the weight that you want to.
If I lost any booty, I would eat it back. I even like I'm gonna be fat again because.
But when you got a goal,
no booty.
You say your goal is 10 pounds or your goal is 20 pounds,
right,
and you goal yourself to it or whatever, y'all not no fun, man.
Wait, Babylon Don, how are you gonna say both sides are right and wrong? I thought you said you don't agree.
Babylon Don, come up. How you been doing?
I don't think you can go through both sides. You either agree that we're primates or you don't agree that we're primates. But they both can't be right and wrong unless you're just talking.
Did you put up the definition to what a primate is?
Yeah, I put it in the order of primates. Yeah. When it brought up the humans, monkeys, lemurs, all that would be in the primate family.
Well, can a mutation be more than one place?
Can a mutation happen in more than one place? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
what I thought. And at different times.
Yep, and at different times they do. They happen in more than one place.
So we're talking about mutation of humans. What about mutations of animals?
I mean, everything. Mutation of animals, plants. They happen. Mutations happen amongst everything at different times.
All over the place.
The earth.
Okay. All over the place. Mama Nature ain't no joke.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I agree.
So
we ain't no damn primates. We sure aren't. Maybe they are. Maybe they are.
Maybe they identified objects.
I'm a vouch even for the people that believe that they are primates on this platform. They're not. They're not primates.
So if you cannot explain primates, what do you assume?
No, she gave the definition to it. Remember?
I already gave it. That's what I just said. I gave it earlier.
Put it up there again. Put it up there again. Sakina.
Put what up there again?
It was good. I just wanted to let you know that what you told me to cook earlier was delicious. I think I'm gonna get some more before I go to bed. That what you told me to put in it just hit the spot, girl.
The popcorn?
No, the vegetarian beans.
Oh, really?
Oh my God, Sakina. Because I couldn't find the brown sugar, remember?
Oh, okay.
Who is that? Oh, here you go. Put him up there, my baby. Julius. Hey, where are you at? Oh no, I messed it up. Go ahead. Okay, there you go. Hey.
Who's sitting at the table like that?
That's the truth,
Peace,
Tony.
peace, ladies. Peace, peace. Good show.
How you doing?
I'm good. I was enjoying the show. Good show tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. They beat me up. I had to quit talking on them.
No, we would never.
Yes, we did.
No,
Shots was fired.
never was. No, never.
Yes. You got
You
to
know,
take
she gotta take the shots from the pseudo killers. She's a pseudo killer, so
Oh,
she
I-
got
Is she?
pseudo killer shots. Because I definitely made some.
No,
shots.
that's why I had to
So,
kill. That's
all
why
y'all is
She knew pseudo killer. She's
Yeah.
pseudo, according to them.
Yeah, I killed it, and then I,
She's a
you
pseudo
know,
killer.
I picked up and killed it and killed
So
it and
damn
killed it.
pseudo killer.
Can I just say one thing in relation to the whole scientific fact, scientific theory, scientific method conversation?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Troyes. Go ahead,
So when we look at that and how those three processes work, they work in a similar manner to how in math algebra has a process, right? So when you're solving equations, you have the order of operations, which is like PEMDAS. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, which obviously we all know what the acronym for each letter represents. But I say that to say the order of operations in the case of algebra would be similar to the scientific method. It's what you use to solve an equation, the same way how the scientific method is what you use to come to your scientific theory, right? Or to come to said conclusion after experimenting. Then within algebra, you also have something called your algebraic theory or equation theory, which is how you go about actually solving an equation. So for example, if you have something like 2 times x equals 6, you're going to have to solve for x. Obviously, in that equation, x would be 3 because 2 times 3 equals 6, right? So you just had your algebraic equation or equation theory prove to you with the facts within that equation that x has to be 3 because 2 times 3 equals 6. It's the same way how in science, a scientific theory uses the facts within it to come to said theory or said conclusion. So algebra, math has a similar process. It's a lot more definitive, but you can see how both have facts that are within them that build said conclusion, but the conclusion itself isn't necessarily the fact. Because x could easily be something else with other integers involved. So let's say it said 2 times x equals 8. Well, now x is no longer 3. Now x has to be 4.
I do understand what he's saying.
Yeah, I think we all agree with what he's saying as far as it comes when it comes to the point, like he just said, as far as it's not as definitive. And when it comes to those variables, when they're being defined in certain aspects, and then other scientists are defining them differently, now we need to go in and really go into the data and go into those conclusions, because not everyone's coming out with the same answer. So we gotta figure out why is that. It's because it's not as definitive. You know, we're getting into more calculus equations and then saying let's define the variables from that point when we're talking evolution. So that's why there's been so many different theories when it comes to evolution.
Yes, I think just like how with an equation, right? Your scientific theory is completely dependent upon the data you gathered from your experiment, from the scientific method, how you conducted it, and the things you drew from your experimentation is going to ultimately form your scientific theory. So whatever parameters you set up in the first place and whatever you gathered from the process you put it through, that's going to formulate your scientific theory. That's how you may end up with different conclusions from different people conducting different experiments. It's the same way how in an equation, like I said, depending on the literal integers and variables you're working on within said mathematical equation, whatever variable, whether it's X, Y, Z, whatever, it can end up having a different value.
I agree, and I just put on the screen. I mean, we can go into it, but this is Linnaeus, and Linnaeus is the one that defined primates. So if you don't know that, it's Carl Linnaeus that first defined primates and then put humans in that category. So it talks about the diverse order of mammals. He used prime for it to be like the first order or the first. And then it talks about the groups that they're divided in as far as when it comes to monkeys and apes and humans.
Yeah. You read some of you want
Oh,
to
you
read?
do want me to read it, or that's what
Yeah.
I'm asking? Okay.
Yes. I mean, they need to know exactly what a primate.
Primates are a diverse order of mammals. They are divided into strepsirrhines, which include the lemurs, the galagos, the lyricids, the hablorhines, which include the tarsiers and the simians, monkeys, apes, and humans. Primates arose 85 to 55 million years ago first from small to terrestrial mammals, which adapted to living in trees of tropical forests. Many primate characteristics represent adaptations to the life in the changing environment, including large brains, visual acuity, color vision, a shoulder girdle allowing a large degree of movement in the shoulder joint, and dexterous hands. Primates range in size from Madame Bar's mouse lemur, which weighs 30 grams, to the eastern gorilla weighing over 200 kilograms. There are 376 to 522 species of living primates, depending on which classification is used. New primate species continue to be discovered. Over 25 species were described in the 2000s, 36 in 2010s, and 3 in 2020s. Primates have large brains relative to body size compared to other mammals, as well as an increased reliance on visual acuity at the expense of the sense of smell, which is a dominant sensory system in most mammals.
Dulcinea. So it seems to me, based off of like everything I've been listening to, you've said multiple times you don't have a problem with evolution, and you don't to me even seem like you have a problem with micro or even macro level evolution. I think your main problem is with the speciation specifically, right? Like the
I
idea
say
that
main with the speciation, but it's with macro and the speciation because they kind of go hand in hand when it comes to the primate explanation. But I don't
the
have a
reason
problem with macro evolution overall that small changes over time are going to increase a large change, but mainly with the speciation and macro evolution processes that they have used to define us as primates.
yeah, I was gonna say the reason I don't even think you have a problem with macro evolution is because when it comes to looking at the cosmos and cosmology, right, you can agree there's macro evolution in space, right? Like amongst non-living things, we can see that with the universe at least, right?
Right.
So I think it's just strictly a speciation you have a problem with, really.
But I don't have a problem with new species coming into existence either. So that's why I say it's a combination of speciation and macroevolution because it's how they are being used to define humans as primates. But I don't even have a problem with speciation to say that a species is just dormant and the same over time. That's just not true. And that's not something I'm arguing.
Okay, okay.
So how long ago? Okay, so Homo sapiens sapiens. How many years ago did we come about?
The Homo sapiens sapien would have come out of Africa somewhere between 300,000 and 100,000 years ago. I believe is the time frame they give.
And it takes
I'm
millions of
sorry. What
years.
was the question, Nisha? What was the
He's
question?
saying, when did Homo sapiens sapiens first arrive?
Modern ones are said to arrive around 500,000 to 300,000 years ago.
Okay.
And it takes millions of years to see evolution. To see it.
To
Like,
see macro evolution.
right.
Micro, yeah, you can see it sooner, but to see a macro evolutional change takes
Uh,
millions of years.
you can see, well, a speciation like that would be much longer, but you can see some aspects of macro, 20,000 years, as soon as 20,000 years, I'd say.
Define that. What are you defining as macro? A macro change.
So things like phenotypical changes.
Would phenotypical changes be micro or macro?
Well, micro usually focuses more on the biology, like
But
your actual
biology is what
cells.
leads to phenotypical changes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
So
so again,
the micro changes are what leads to the macro changes. So first, you're not even going to notice the changes because your DNA and your genes are going to be the very first things that start to change, the micro things. And then eventually you will start to see phenotypical changes, the macro.
I see
hmm,
evolution all the time. I
let me
mean,
see. Let me see about that.
Marcus,
I'm not sure about
Marcus said
that.
around hearing, he said that, I guess he said this is the same religious argument we hear all the time. Nothing new, but they're the one who religiously talks, but they're the ones who the religious who make science religious. It's y'all, Marcus, that do that. It's actually y'all that do it. The same way they fought for God and say God was real and all that kind of stuff. It's the same thing you do with science. So you talking about yourself again.
Yeah.
It's the same. Just
But I
as
see
you
what you're saying, the true is, because I would say something as drastic as a skin color change, if that was true, or something like that, would be considered macro. But that is something that is debated, whether it is macro or micro, those changes that we're seeing, because
So
DNA
hold
does
on.
change
Yeah,
phenotypically.
so it
So,
would be the skin
so with
tone.
the genetics difference, one second, with the genetics difference, you can see phenotypical differences that happen, and that's not necessarily on the macro level just because it's phenotypical.
Yeah, you would see a combination of things. So it would be the skin tone, the hair, bone
Exactly.
structure. You would see even teeth development being slightly different, height, weight, things like that. That would be macro. But all of that is phenotype. That's what phenotype is. It's
Right,
not
right.
just your skin.
I was just trying to say it because I just didn't want it to be like, just make sure we agree on those parts. And I want to make it that the only thing I was saying is that there are some things that on a micro level it's changing phenotypically, and we can just see those changes happen subtly while it's happening. What were you saying, Nisha?
I don't know. It's just something just not clicking for me with all of this. I swear. But
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly of the stuff
I'm
that you're
just trying
saying.
to understand. Like, so if you say it takes around 20,000 years before you could see the macro.
He's saying some macro happened in 20,000 years, but I mean, what I'm basically, I mean, let's go with speciation, because like a micro, what I would call phenotype, is like you can see a hair color change depending on how people are having sex with each other. And now a family of brunettes have red hair, and that's just you with the actual changes through sex, adaptation, or different things like that. But I think what a lot of times we're talking about speciation on a macro level, where an Australopithecus uh, is now a modern human being type changes, which those type speciation changes are said to take millions of years. Peace.
So if you think about the math, it's not. It doesn't really the timeline of. But once again, it's no absolutes. So how the hell do you really know?
That's a thing. That's a thing that they're doing. That's another portion of it that people don't want to get into. But that is a portion that mathematicians have been doing, and what the scientists have been saying is that math can't be in this discussion. But mathematicians are saying, "Hold up, wait a minute. The math ain't checking out, because if we had an equation of this based on the time frames that y'all are saying, we should have seen a different species here, and we saw it in the fossils. We should have seen something else here. We saw it in the fossils. We should have seen something else here, and we saw it in the fossils." So they're giving you a timeline. Mathematicians have been able to come in and do the math on it and then say, hold up, now the predictions aren't matching up, because some predictions should have been already occurring based on the math that the earlier findings have shown.
Yeah, that's also why a lot of times a lot of these states are thrown out there with a range. You know, they typically don't put an exact date. They'll say, like I just said, 500,000 to 300,000 years. That's a 200,000 year gap
Right.
window, you know? But a lot of times they use ranges because
But
they
the
don't want to speak in an
mathematicians are even
absolute. They want to
using
use
those ranges, though.
approximations.
The mathematicians are using those ranges, and even with the ranges, the math is not holding up to primate evolution. Peace, Sachi. Did you want to come in and make them super duper man or what?
No, I just want to ask, just one quick intelligent question about this scientific theory thing.
Okay.
Is whatever somebody say about you true? You a real person, ain't you?
I would say no.
I'm just saying, but you a real person on their premises, because you talking about something real. That's a fact. Whatever is said about it is true. That's what they saying on the scientific theory.
I I agree. I agree. They're saying, hey, well, but now we're getting into religion, because I got to go back to what my sister Dot said, is that science is supposed to be at the basis of asking questions, of questioning the science, questioning the theories. But as soon as you get to people that say you can't question it, we're getting very religious. We're not in science anymore. So yeah, you shouldn't be able to just say, oh, indefinitely. That's like saying, oh, don't question God. God is real, but you can't question anything about it. You just gotta have faith. That's what they're saying. Hey, you can't question me. You just have to have faith that I'm right.
I'm just saying, like, I know plenty of people got nose ass neighbors that probably got more empirical data on them than any scientist. And everything they say about you ain't gonna be true. So how can you say because they talking about something that's a fact, that what they say about the fact is real? I'm just like, that's how simple that is.
Yeah,
When
that
they can't prove what they saying, that's why it's a theory, because they can't prove it.
And when they don't have any data that supports it, or predictions that support it. But that's where they have to play pretend sometimes. They got to placate us because they won't be able to collect data to back them up. They won't be able to do an experiment to back them up. They won't be able to give us results as far as to say, hey, by this point, based on this, there's a prediction that you should see this type of speciation. They can't do any of those things. So what they're doing is they're just honing in on emotional appeals right now because they don't have real science to back it up.
They took your faith from your God and put it behind their scientific theories and they scientists. That's all. It's still the same system, faith.
You guys should look up and look into the fact that scientific theories, they're not meant to be proven in the first place. They're actually meant to be disproven. When you pulled up the scientific method, I wish you pulled up the image that shows it in a circular cycle motion, because it's supposed to be a process that's a never-ending process. It never stops. Like once you reach your conclusion, the process doesn't stop there. You continue to add to whatever conclusion you made as more data comes along, as new discoveries are made. Scientists actually work to disprove so-called scientific theories on a daily basis. Newtonian physics is actually a great example of a scientific theory, obviously, that was widely accepted and was dismantled by quantum physics.
But that's the point we're making, though, the truest, because we're not arguing against that. It's other people that are arguing against this circular motion and saying a scientific theory can't be questioned, it can't be changed, it can't be debunked. There's none of us on this panel that are saying that. Only people in the chat.
But hold on. Because basically what he just said was you can come up with an idea and chase your idea forever. Even when you don't prove it, it's still a fact.
No, it's not a fact. It's not still a fact. It's still a scientific theory, and it's the best. It is the best explanation they have until someone else comes along and gives more evidence to either say, hey, this is, like he said, the one that quantum physics came and finally debunked that theory. And then it's like, boom, throw it out the window. Or more evidence comes to mitigate it, change it a little bit, say, hey, this part is wrong, which we see science developing the tools to start to mitigate the fact that we're not primates. That's happening in real time if people were looking into the science now as 2023.
Well, I like to keep it simple. So basically what you said is we going to say, what y'all know? And they saying, this is what we think. That's all you getting is this is what we think.
Yeah, I think it's more so basically this is what we know and this is the best explanation we have for it. The what we know doesn't change, and that's where we get back into the incontrovertible fact and people not being able to put the explanation as the incontrovertible fact. You can't do that. The explanation is not the incontrovertible fact. The fact is the phenomena. So what's happening is there is a fact. The fact is there, but the explanation of it is what they think, and it can change or even be debunked over time. But the fact still will remain.
So basically, it's based off what we have. This is what we think.
Exactly.
And that's not a fact then, because you can't prove that it will change over time. You're just thinking that it'll change over time due to evolution. So therefore, you're based off of evolution. You're challenging it. So you're riding the fence double time. So
no, I'm not riding the fence like I just said as far as it.
Right. Evolution hasn't exactly, Sachi, and because evolution hasn't been proven, you're challenging it.
Evolution has been proven.
Evolution, you're saying that if we're not primates, right, and we
Right.
didn't come from monkeys,
Right.
okay, then
Right.
what do you expect to happen out of this chart? You expecting at the same time to have a cake and eat it too.
What you'll be expecting in the accurate chart that they're
From something
mitigating
that
more over
never
time
happened.
is
If
that
you didn't get
human
evolution,
beings will evolve, but they'll
we
never
shouldn't
go back
evolve.
to
We
being.
shouldn't
They'll
evolve if
never,
we
yeah,
didn't
they'll
come from
evolve,
nothing.
but they'll never go into being
If
monkeys.
we didn't
They'll
come
never
from
go into
monkeys, we
being
shouldn't
apes.
evolve
They
from
will
nothing.
just continue to evolve, and apes will
No, if
continue to
we didn't
evolve
come
on
from
the ape
nothing, we
tree,
shouldn't
and
evolve from
monkeys will
nothing.
evolve
What
on
are
This is
the
you
what we
looking
ape tree.
for?
saying.
No, that's where you're doing the straw
No,
man
we didn't come
argument.
from.
Sakina, you're back to the straw man
I'm
argument again.
done.
No one said evolution didn't happen. So why are you arguing against evolution? No one's arguing against evolution, but you can't sum evolution up and say evolution, if evolution's a fact, then primate is a fact too. That's not the same. Primate is a theory. Evolution is the facts.
So let me ask this. So if shit, what I was about to say. So how many species? No, not how many species. How many skeletons of each species has been found? Is it like just this one of they found the skeleton in Chad, and that was supposed to be the first one, the skull. Why
When you're getting further back, they're only finding one. Okay, let's
Okay,
be honest.
so if you only finding one, and the first one was Sala, to Chattanooga or whatever the hell it says. So if you only finding one, and you creating a species out of that one, see, I don't understand that, because whatever that was you found, whatever type of skull you found, maybe that was a species that had a deformity, a disease, something that shaped this head that way, but it was really another way. Shaped the skull. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, how can
Yeah.
you create a whole species on one skeleton?
And to further your point, when you find one skeleton in a good time frame, let's say, because they've done this, let's say they predict there's there should be a 25 million year old last common ancestor, and boom, they find a skeleton for that dates to be 25 million years old. There has been species that have gone extinct, that are not related to us, that are not common ancestors. So they're saying by the fossil alone, being in the time period that they say that it is in, that fossil is automatically deemed as the last common ancestor.
Are there other working theories?
Absolutely. And I see, because this is even with Sakina and amongst the pseudo killers, this is going to be something that I like with people that think like this. I'm automatically going to lose, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay that I'm automatically going to lose, but I see that there will always be this disconnect when it comes to evolution. It will always be a disconnect that it's both fact and theory, and organisms changing over time is a fact. That's a fact that
But
can't be debated. That the
it's,
organism was a primate is a theory. Like,
Okay,
I don't
well,
understand
okay,
where it falls short for me.
hold up. If there are other working theories, though, that will prove
There
that you
are,
got to just believe. It's a belief. It's a belief system. You got to believe one of the theories if there are other working theories.
and it is,
You
and
haven't
that's what
proven
it's
none
going
of
to
them to
come
be
down
fact.
to. Anyone that believes it, that they're in their religion, and I can't speak to your religion.
I don't
You're
know
just
about
going
a
to have to go
religion.
about your religion as far as it.
I don't know about a religion with that.
It is a
My
religion.
next question though is, um, how could you define these so-called people that look like people that we know, and they look just like them?
Huh?
Right.
What do you mean? What do you mean? When are you talking about once we get into the hominins and that there's bones for hominins that look human-like or that look like modern humans? Or are you talking back to our common ancestors? Because now you have to break it
They
down
don't even
that
have
the
to be
first
ancestors.
common ancestors would be for all the primates. And then as you get further down the line, then you have the common ancestors, the hominins that are for more of the great apes. So you're talking about the great ape common ancestors that are hominin, or are you talking about the common ancestors that look more like monkeys?
No, I'm gonna talk about the common ancestor. Like I was watching The Voice and I saw John Legend take on a young man that looked just like him, and they weren't even related.
Oh, I seen that, and I disagree. He looked Hispanic to me, but I got it. A lot of people were saying that they look alike. But what about that? What is your question to that?
Yeah. Well, how do we describe stuff like that?
When it comes to coding DNA, we're seeing that human beings, period, are 98 to 99% alike. So even that's even going from a man to woman ratio. So that can be defined as basically that phenotypically, you'll see different things that can be similar that come across when it comes to the DNA. But yeah, there's everybody's still an individual because everybody has a completely different set of DNA sequences, but their genomes can be alike for certain things, like why two people can be redhead, why two people can have blue eyes, why two people
They can
can be
look just
blonde,
alike
so
and,
on, so
and be
on.
having different moms and dads and
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So
Even
you can
though,
be
even
related.
though, yeah, and they don't have to be related. No, they can look alike, and they do not have to be related at all.
Hi, Sashi.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm all right.
I had to go get me something to eat.
And DNA can prove that.
DNA can prove it. As far as that, it's because of the DNA that they look alike.
I mean, these people look just alike and they're not related, and you can prove that.
You're saying can DNA prove that? As of now, no.
No, DNA can prove like it saved me and you looked alike, and we wouldn't have got a test to see if we sisters. They can see whether we sisters or not.
Right. They can show you that you're not related, but you look alike. DNA can prove that. But you're saying, can the DNA expression prove, like, can they prove where in the DNA expression is why you look alike? No. They don't know enough about DNA to just go down to the DNA sequence that's making you look like John Legend. No.
Not at all. Commission on Dinetta. I'm seeing him alone.
That's interesting because I literally just saw an article about that on Smithsonian. I was pulling that up while y'all was talking. I'm gonna post it in the back chat because they just did a study saying that people that have doppelgangers that are not related, that they do tend to have DNA structures that resemble each other. Not that they're exactly alike, but someone that looks like you is more likely to have DNA that looks similar to yours than someone who doesn't.
That's cute.
Say it again.
You said it like she.
I'm gonna have to find me a religion so I can put it in there and say it one more again. Cause I don't even have a religion. I'm gonna put it in the Moors because I'm a Moor everywhere else. I might as well put it in the Moor religion.
I don't need to know why that's being said.
I'm a Moor right now, Moor religion.
Yeah.
I might as well.
But it only makes sense based off of what we were just saying earlier with the micro. Like first, obviously your genes are going to change and make your phenotype a certain way. So if you share a similar phenotype to someone else, it would make sense logically why your genes might look similar, not exactly alike, to someone that looks like you. So logically, it makes sense.
Crazy for some people.
Wow.
The answer to that question is, as far as that, the hominids are have always had an evolutionary line, except to our last common ancestor. And our last common ancestor would be a shared ancestor. And then after that shared ancestor, we've been on our own evolutionary path as mammals, just like every other mammal.
See that right there? Mm. Mm. I don't know. I ain't sold on that shit. I'm still trying to make it make sense. And it's not because of the timing. Even though I understand it's not absolute, but that range.
If you don't understand, that's the best answer I can give until the debate. I'm not getting into different information that I'm
No,
going
I
to.
don't want you to pull
Oh, no,
your
no,
whole.
no. I'm not talking to you. It's Jackson. If you
Oh,
say
okay.
that me saying that humans have their own evolutionary line is not enough for you after the last common ancestor, it's not going to be enough for you for the debate, because I'm not giving any information out that I'm giving for the debate. And none of the information I've given today is concluded in my PowerPoint that I'm having for the debate. So, yeah, I'm not giving out that information.
Let me ask
This
one quick
like
question.
Muslim do. My bad.
Just real quick, Sachi, then you could go. Why did only? Well, hold on. So this is okay. So hold on. I'm just reading something, but this source don't make any sense.
Is it about the other species, or what does it say?
It says several hominins evolved millions of years ago, but only Homo sapiens survived.
Yes, so that's the point I was making to you before, Nisha, that when they find these singular bones, right, and they give it a species name, we found a new species and it's this. When they just automatically say this is the last common ancestor, how would they know when according to the science, multiple species all lived at the similar times, but some of them died out and some of them weren't even in our evolutionary line. So when they just find bones alone, how are they then saying that based on these bones, these are in our evolutionary line? Or how would they know if it just went extinct and it was never in our line? Because of the many hominins that they say were not in our evolutionary line and died off. Wouldn't that mean that there was other species 8 million years ago for the last common ancestor? There's one, the common ancestor 25, and there's one at 8. We'll go with the 8 million years ago. Would they say, would then, if they find a species that existed 8 million years ago, how are they specifically saying that this species is a last common ancestor versus another species that died off? And the answer to that question is going to go with semantics and not with any kind of empirical data. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Matt, you already know that it's not bones. It's mainly fossils, which I've been on this channel as well explaining the difference of a fossil and a bone. But we ain't getting that in that tonight. We're gonna call them fossils and bones. Because I ain't doing that tonight. I'm already debating people on scientific theory. I ain't doing fossils tonight.
So
Yes.
what's the
Yeah, I
homo?
was
What's
about
the
to
homo?
mention.
Oh, go ahead, Truth.
I was about to mention teeth as well. Teeth have a lot of DNA and genetic information within them that they use to formulate a lot of these theories, and not just with humans. Like we see it with even like felines. Like that's how we assume saber-toothed tigers looked a certain way. This is what they do even when it comes to ancient reptilians in the form of dinosaurs and stuff like that, or the megalodon with sharks. But
I'm glad you brought up
yeah,
molars. Would you say the shape, or how would you define when you have two different species, and then based on the molars that they're in the same evolutionary path?
So one, the arrangement of the teeth. Two, the very sizing and structure. Three, based on the sizing and structure, you can tell whether they were carnivores or herbivores or omnivores. And lastly, the very genetic material you take from samples of it and compare it.
So what if they find some other what if they find hominids archipelago next week? Right? They find Homo archipelago next week, right? And date that back to 600,000 years ago. Then that means we're gonna have a closer common ancestor, right? So it's gonna change again, isn't it?
What would you say about these molars? What would you give for this?
I
Can you
mean,
tell what
damn,
animal it is?
doing the eye test. I couldn't make it out, but it's the bone structure. Looking at it alone, I would venture to say that this is some sort of primate, but I wouldn't be able to make out whether it was a monkey or an ape. To be honest with you,
Can everybody go on the panel saying what they think this is? It's a fish. Exactly, Nisha. It's a fish. So is fish on our evolutionary line based on the molars?
So based off of the theory of evolution, yes, we would come from aquatic life way back, but not as recent as other primates.
That would be our last universal common ancestor that they say, as far as that is in the water. Not
because
we come fishes in our line. They would say that there's a last universal common ancestor that came from the waters that we're all related to. All species.
Aquatic, yeah, definitely aquatic life. And part of the way we don't even really have to look into the theory to know this is look at the way we give birth. I mean, when you go through your zygote embryonic stages, right? You're in the womb in water, right? The process, you almost look amphibian in the womb. Like you almost look like tadpole-ish. So that very process we go through in the wombs of all of our mothers, it's very aquatic like. So we don't even really have to dive too much into evolution to know at some point, yeah, we came from creatures out the water.
So could our last common ancestor be the universe?
Thank you, Truist. I agree.
And that's my last question for you, Truist. Could our last universal common ancestor be all species' last common ancestor in within a family group, like different families being related to each other? Could it be because we are related to the last universal common ancestor?
So like the very first living organism?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I mean all living organisms come from the primordial living organism. Yes.
And what was that?
Shit, I mean I couldn't tell you that.
We can't tell you. We're saying bacteria, single cell organism, some kind of single cell organism. But basically, from that single cell organism, we have all this diversity. So just saying by teeth alone, grasping hands, feet, that's not enough, because as you knew, Nisha, those teeth came from a fish. So that just shows us from our single cell organism to where we are, the diversity we have out now, there are similarities that we can have with a multitude of species. It does not mean that we share a common ancestor with those species down our line, nor does that mean that it's enough evidence to say that us and fish are in the same family, other than the universal common ancestor.
So I guess everything is related. We are all related.
Akina, it was glad to meet them. It was glad. I can show you another one too. This is the only thing I'm actually not upholding to my rule for. So here y'all go, because we'll definitely be talking about teeth when it comes to this, because teeth is one of the main discussions along with this. But I'm trying to find this goldfish or this ancient, hold on, fish that they found.
Yeah, staying on the fish conversation, like the vestigial tails we have, like the little bumps we have when we're in those developmental stages that are pretty much useless tails. Even babies, when
What
they're
tail? I ain't
embryos, they
no
have little
tail.
slits around their necks that look like
Right.
gills almost. We don't
They say
have
that too,
gills, but they
too, in the
look
web.
like gills.
Because if you look at your fingers, they're not large webs, of course, but they say how they interconnect is almost web-like with your fingers. But yeah, look at this one. This one was pretty happy to see them too. Take a picture. The camera now. Click.
That one got dentures now. Come on.
No, those are his teeth. Those are its teeth.
It looked like something shoved in his head and made of clay.
But it's its teeth.
That fish looks so uncomfortable and it don't look real. You could look at it. The gums look. The gums. It look like he got veneers on.
Right? If we could just go into the ocean and find the right fish, let me get those. Let me hold some.
Right.
I don't have to pay for the veneers.
I let them say that. That's a key to say. Look, he got veneers.
We're arguing against. Well, not all of us are arguing against Unc. Let me make that clear. But I'm making distinct arguments against Unc. Unc doesn't agree with me whatsoever. So it's nothing as far as that. What I'm saying is something that I got from Unc. Unc is far from ever believing anything Dulcinea says.
And even if it sounds like you might or might, he'll change it up.
He'll change it again. He'll be like, no, I don't agree with her at all.
He said,
if the sky, if I said the sky was blue and it was blue outside, he gonna say, no, that's turquoise. There's a green in it. Damn well.
Yes. And a bully this situation by calling you names and carrying on.
I can't get like I said, Magic. We're talking because I have a debate coming up with Sister Nepal. Are we primates? My position is that we are not in the primate family. My position is that humans have their own evolutionary line. All species come from a last universal common ancestor. Then diversity has spread out since then. And there's actual experiments. There's actual experiments based on my theory.
I just think this is a very religious conversation because your theory or whatever you believe is going to be based on whatever theory you subscribe to. Just like your religion is going to be based off whatever book you subscribe to.
Oh, that's a fact. But what you'll see though is that a lot of the things that they attribute to Darwin and saying that we're primates and anything, a lot of let me say, I guess like virology, for instance, a lot of things that they've assigned and said, oh, we were able to get this far because of Darwin, is a lie. A lot of it comes from theories prior to Darwin and after Darwin that really doesn't include primates that actually have moved us forward when it comes to vaccines, when it comes to diseases and everything. But because evolution has brought us to a point where we can find these things, they throw in and say, oh, well, Darwin is a part of evolution, though, so you can't take that out. No, they didn't use Darwin to figure out virology. They didn't use Darwin to figure out vaccines. And that's what I'm also going to be presenting.
Dulcinea, since we got the men on the panel, and I think somebody brought up dinosaurs and saber-toothed tiger. I just happened to look at something.
No, actually, and Mr. Metro said something, so I definitely, sorry, I want to pull that up because everyone keeps talking about what me and Mr. Jamie talked about, and I think I want to pull up because Mr. Jamie was agreeing with me. A lot.
He agreed with me too. Go ahead and pull it up.
Let's talk about, let's pull it up.
Pull it up,
pull it up and say what you gotta say, Sister Freedom, so we can see this white man agreeing with us at every step of the way.
What did the big old dinosaur evolve into?
Oh yeah, so that's it. So that's easy.
I would say it depends. The Komodo dragon, it would become reptile if it exists.
Wait a minute, but some of them
so it depends. It depends.
Down to them little geckos.
It depends on the specific.
Some people believe that we're actually the dinosaurs. We are the dinosaurs.
Girl, what are y'all D now? Which one's D now?
It depends on the specific dinosaur you're talking about. But for example, the T-Rex is supposedly closely related to a chicken. Like chickens are supposed to be the closest.
Man. I just came from the T-Rex.
So yeah, but Komodo dragons would be more like the I forgot the name of the specific type of dinosaur, but depending on the dinosaur, they have different descendants. And I know a T-Rex is closest to a chicken.
Do you think that people were on the planet the same time the dinosaurs were?
Hell no.
Okay.
Hell no. No. But we were alive when woolly mammoths were here, when saber-toothed tigers were here. Yes.
If dinosaurs existed, they still on the planet now.
Okay.
Maybe deep underwater, because we haven't explored all of the Earth's ocean. There might be some sort of like aquatic dinosaurs we haven't discovered.
What is a giraffe? What is an elephant?
An elephant is a descendant of a woolly mammoth.
I'm just saying, these big ass animals. What is a shark? What are big ass sharks?
They're the descendants of. They're the descendants of.
Going like this is crazy too.
They're the descendants of megalodons. Y'all saw that movie, The Meg, that just came out? That was about a megalodon. They're like gigantic.
Yeah.
How did they become extinct? I just need to. That's the last question, though, Snare.
The megalodon. I don't know as far as.
I don't even think that it was.
As far as what they're saying is a speciation to what it is in modern time. This from that. But what you'll see is that it's not far based. It's not far based. So when you're seeing these changes as far as it, I get it. They're gonna say that it's macro evolution because it changed. Maybe it changed. You know how long it is, its size, its eyeballs, different things like that. But at the end of the day, it's still a damn shark. You would look at it and be like, it's still a shark. The only time you can't look at it and be like, it's still is primates.
I wonder what happened to all of those big, gigantic creatures and all of them. I mean, come on, man. Come on. I just don't. I don't know if I'm not yet at that belief. I'm not there yet.
Because some stuff we got to be like Nisha with, honestly, because some stuff got to be questioned. if you're getting to a point that you're so deep in the soil and you're finding these fossils, at least find 6 of those hoes. At least find 2 different people. Like, you're telling me that this whatever existed, but all you can find is one femur from someone. Like, come on now. There should have been a whole community. So you can't find any other of these species. You're just finding different species every time. But hey, those are stupid questions according to them to be asking.
And then
So
when you
let's
go
go
off
ahead.
into the money behind the fines, then when
Right.
you get off into the money behind the fines, you'll see why they finding so much stuff.
Let's get into Mr. Jamie. Did I agree with Mr. Jamie, or did Mr. Jamie agree with me? Seeing those genomes from different regions, we would need to actually go and really dig into those migrations to know, are those people originally from there, or are they migrating from different places, especially like Europeans. There's a lot of European ancestry that could have migrated into Africa and not necessarily just out of Africa.
So yeah, because I'm struggling to find the differences between you and Sankofa. It seems like whenever we have these discussions, there's always going to be that spot where we just don't know. But it seems like both of you are kind of in that space, and I don't see a huge difference in what you're saying. It seems like you're really pretty much on the same page, unless there's some nuance that I'm just missing. So I'm kind of confused. It sounds like you guys are right there with each other.
Right. I would say we're really not that different. I think other than people that really want to believe that life and existence started out of Africa, I think that's where we're differing a little bit, because we don't know if life and existence started in Africa. All we can have is the connections to different people and different markers that help us know who we are based on family lineages. But when it comes to the actual percentages saying regional, we don't know if we're from those specific regions.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I was a little hung up. I'm curious about something though, and I'm since everyone's here, if you don't believe life came from Africa, and I'm assuming we're talking about human life, Homo sapiens, what would be an alternate explanation that would make any sense? Where else would humans come from? I mean, if you're coming up with an alternative explanation, it flies in the face of everything we know that science has told us.
America?
We would come from actually a multitude of places. Like my article that I will present in a little bit, it talks about how diverse New York is. And it says, okay, New York has some of the biggest diversity of the East Coast. Does that mean that Boston's homeland is New York? No, you can be from Boston and New York still have the most diversity because of migrations, because of connecting with people. So what they've told us is because Africa is the most diverse, that must be all of our homeland. But really what we're finding is, especially as new scientists has actually done research into this, there's a lot of evidence that human origin is multi-regional. There's not one specific part that humans came from. They came from all over the planet.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the out of Africa theory, and I've talked before with Son Eder about this. I actually had an interesting conversation with Reggie. But the out of Africa theory says, essentially the way I understand it, maybe you can correct me, is that Homo sapiens were fully developed maybe 60,000 years ago, and then kind of started this migration out of Africa. So modern day Homo sapiens radiated from Africa. The opposite theory is that they kind of came in waves, and then there was a lot of evolution that took place outside of Africa. Even though they were still modern Homo sapiens, they might not be quite as recognizable, like a lot of evolution took place in Asia, like on the Asian steppe with the Denisovians and things of that nature. But I guess you're still having to make an argument that they originated outside of Africa. Like you're even having to make the argument that primates originated outside of Africa. And I just don't know how in the world I have two statements that I'll kind of land the plane. One is, I don't know how you could say that, first off, in the face of all primates we know having come from Africa, as far as we know. And then the second is, just out of curiosity, you playing the devil's advocate against yourself, what is the biggest argument against your own theory? What would be the strongest argument for the fact that Africans or humans evolved in Africa? Like, give me your weak link.
I think the answer to both of those questions are the same. The strongest evidence would be that we're primates, but the actual data has not specifically proved that we are primates. That is just a theory that we've gone on to, but there is no definitive explanation that ties us into being primates. The definitive is that mutations happen over time, that we do have genetic mutations and DNA changes, but it's nothing that says that definitively we are primates.
Right. Well, a lot of this is like when we start classifying animals, that is all a model, right? I mean, we're just depending on models. We're trying to classify things based on what used to be our phenotypical features. You know, what did we look like? What was our bone structure? But now we have DNA. So if you agree with DNA, you could classify relatedness of organisms just based on their DNA. So it sounded like you kind of bought into DNA testing, maybe. So if you buy into DNA testing, wouldn't you believe that we could look at our relatedness by using DNA as a metric? I'm not challenging you.
I buy into autosomal DNA. You know, there's multiple types of DNA testing as far as it. So that's why I push the autosomal, because that is true that it can tell you actual links of who is your family. I don't buy into other DNA, one, because they have gone in as far as with a biased thought. What most of these places have done is they've taken the out of Africa theory and they said, okay, we need to prove this, instead of having an unbiased look on what things are. And looking back at when these classifications first came, I have a huge problem with some of the people that these classifications first came from. So, Mr. Jamie, are you familiar with who is the father of taxonomy?
Queen, may I ask the question next?
Yeah. After he answers, if he knows who's the father of taxonomy.
Yeah, that was Linnaeus.
Yeah, and what do you know of Linnaeus?
I just knew that he sorted things based on phenotypes.
Keep listening.
He kind of basically going way back in the day, he used common sense. He looked at animals and organisms and said, what do they look like? How can we kind of cluster them together in some way that sort of makes sense? And then it's just progressed from there.
Was he a scientist?
He was a scientist as far as I know, as far as anyone was scientist back in the day. I mean, when you're dealing with, just kind of getting away from the kind of the biblical model and looking at nature, I would say he was probably more of a naturalist, but yeah, I would say he was a scientist.
Well, do you agree with somewhat of his stance of how natural things got, like natural organisms got on the planet, such as animals and plants? Mr. James?
Well, I'll tell you my perspective, and I've mentioned this before. I'm an atheist, and I believe in evolution. So anything else, I mean, that should tell you my belief. I believe that life somehow 3.5 million years ago originated on planet Earth through abiogenesis.
Now, when it did that, right? Did it fertilize the whole planet? As far as right now with animals and plants, right? Naturally.
Well, when you say it fertilized the whole planet, what do you mean by it?
What you're referring to when you just said that people came over the planet. So I'm just referring to what you just said. I want to know from your perspective of what you believe brought life upon the planet.
I believe it happened spontaneously about 3.5 billion years ago.
Now I'm glad you said that. Now that happened naturally. Now I will agree that humans are organisms, and they will also occur naturally. Now that animals and plants occurred naturally over the whole planet, why would that not happen for the human organism, which is a natural organism? Now, from my
wait.
right?
I need you to clarify.
I just had to pause real quick and say, Chris, he never comes to our channel. He always pops up or anything. But you should start coming to our channel. Stop just going to pseudo killers because you're bodying this right now. Let's keep going.
Clarify something, because you're making a false equivocation.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I believe life arose and kind of radiated, I don't know how that equals full-fledged humans who are, fully developed organisms spreading across the planet. There's a gap there that I'm failing to make the connection.
Because we share the majority of DNA. We're both natural organisms created naturally from the universe in the process of it creating the universe. So the way that animals, it's common sense, because you just spoke of that. Common sense would tell you that human organisms got here the same way as animal organisms or plant organisms. Now, the way that they got here from my research, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, they got here through what they would call natural distribution or Gassines distribution, which is a mathematical formula that talks about in nature that there's a bell-shaped curve that naturally disperse life all over the planet. And that's how animals and plant life got here. So from my research, that what common sense would tell you that so did the first human organism. And to me, the first human organism is whoever was building those pyramids.
Well, I have to tell you, the pyramid part, I'd probably disagree with you, because we know archaic Homo sapiens go back to at least 300,000 years. Modern Homo sapiens, 100,000 years. But I would put it a little more simply. Life arose, and whenever there's a vacuum in nature, it tends to get filled. And through the process of natural selection, organisms will fill that void, because just by happenstance, some will be more capable of exploiting that resource. And by virtue of that, they're going to radiate over the planet and kind of fill every nook and cranny where life can exist.
Okay, can I share my screen really quickly? And I want to ask you a little bit more about Linnaeus. So here I have a source, Linnaeus and race. One of the origins of scientific racism can be traced back to Linnaeus' work on the classification of man, which had devastating and far-reaching consequences for humanity. Are you familiar with how they use Linnaeus as far as to target African and Black people? And can you give us a little bit about the history of that, Mr. Jamie?
Yeah, I mean, I know that, my bachelor's is in anthropology, so I kind of know a little bit about this just through the problems that anthropology itself created. It was basically, long story short, and I know this through reading that and also reading the exploits of colonizers when they went to the Caribbean. They just viewed anyone outside of England as lesser. And the farther they got away from England and the darker the people got, they thought they were less. In fact, I remember reading where they had debates in England to try to even figure out if the natives had souls. And I know Linnaeus contributed to that. But I do want to say this.
Maybe am I in the wrong part? Do we hear where Mr. Jamie ever refuted anything I ever said? And maybe I'm missing it. Sister Freedom, am I missing it? Of him refuting what I said or anything that we've been saying?
Everything that you're saying, I agree with 100%.
Yeah, but I didn't he even agree with life coming all over the planet? I didn't even get that. I didn't even get to that part the first time. I didn't even hear that. So where is he disagreeing with us?
He's not.
Exactly. So again, people don't want to refute. Exactly. He actually agreed with everything that we're saying. He just wants to go back to mainstream science. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. There was nothing that he actually refuted with what I said. Actually, he agreed with everything I said, even down to Nisha. If we go further, I don't know the exact point though, because he'll go into the carbon dating you wanted to go in, honey, and he said the same thing, that carbon dating isn't always accurate. So, like,
I'm just over here sitting on this. You already know what time it is. I gotta relax now, y'all. I had a hard day.
oh yeah, it's getting that time for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he agreed that humans are primates and they're out of Africa, but the point is of it, Sakina,
He
is that
told me when I asked him,
he
he said he
never
don't believe
refuted
it too.
anything that I said. He just
But he
said,
said he don't
but
believe
I
me.
believe this, but I believe that, which that's cool. Again, that's his religion. He has every right to believe
Remember,
what
don't
he
say
believes.
he said he
Yeah, he
don't
said
believe
that.
when I asked him, remember? And I said you need to make your mind up whether you do or you don't.
Right, but he was just saying, yeah, because you had said like you're confusing me. Stand on a thing. You just said you feel like life comes all over the planet. Then you're saying that you believe it's a singular point in Africa. So make it make sense. He called him on
Right.
it. And yeah, he was just like, yeah. So there was nothing where they can say Mr. Jamie beat us up. There was nothing where he definitively shut down anything that was said. He just went into his beliefs. Yeah, he said they're not worth talking to because there's no common ground. But then I asked him, was it accurate? And he said there is. It's not as accurate. And then he went into the origin, saying that carbon dating came in 1950 and 1960. So then I definitively asked him. So based on that and knowing the time period it would take to perfect it, would you believe that carbon dating in 2023 is more accurate than it was in 1960? And he said yes, which is all my point exactly. Because I've always been saying is, why aren't you guys looking at recent science evidence? Recent people that are coming in and saying, we found something different. We found something more accurate. Why aren't you guys looking into it? Why you're not is because it's going to refute someone from 1780.
Okay. What about the Neanderthal DNA? Now they found that the Neanderthal came from the erosion or something like that. You gotta look that one up too.
Eurasia, yeah, they're saying less, and that's what I showed as far as it. And they were saying I had to agree with his whole premise, which I did not have to agree with that Russian scientist premise. But that was what I was showing as far as that's where he was coming up with his into Africa theory, as far as when it comes to the Europeans, that the Europeans didn't come out of Africa. Their DNA is within Africa because migration's within, and then
Right. They started
integrating
having
with
sex with them.
people.
Yeah, they started having sex with a whole bunch of different species.
Exactly. Which
Yeah,
I don't agree that they're the origin of mankind. Again, I'm making my point clear, which most people don't really know about ambiogenesis, which maybe y'all should look that up of what ambiogenesis is. But I've always made it clear that I'm not saying that there's any one singular source for any species that exists. But I thought where I agreed with the Russian scientists is that Europeans did not come out of Africa. They went into Africa. I'm asking a reasonable question. Stop the cap. Oh, okay, yeah, Chris MVP Harris. What I will say to your question, because yeah, we were just looking at a thing. I can't scroll back. I don't know where it is. I'm not. I don't have to write a paper and make an assertion because I'm not a scientist. I follow the scientists that have made those assertions and peer reviewed, where there are many of them that have made assertions against Darwin's theory of evolution, primate evolution, and they've actually come with more substantial evidence for evolution having a different theory. A lot of the times, too, why they have connected us with monkeys is because they said, oh, we share 98% of the DNA. That has been debunked
That's
recently.
a lie.
In
And
2023, that was debunked.
That was all
We share less than 90% of DNA as of 2023 in them understanding non-coding DNA more.
Those comments was just racially made too. They try to make
best believe that is a big portion of the debate. Is that we gotta know the characters that define primate before we know what a primate is. We gotta know the characters that found these fossils before we say were they carbon dated accurately. We have to really know who these people are and if they had agendas, and if they did, then I don't understand why people would say don't scrap it. But I would have a question for people, because you would think if this was a genuine discovery of different things, that different people would be finding it. There would be like a Mexican cartel building a tunnel in Mexico and they come across a bone, or there'd be some other people doing digging and gardening and they come across a bone. But when it comes to the person that's being funded to find the bone and then finds the bone from the same company, does anybody find that a little suspicious, or that's just normal? Do you understand the question, or should I repeat it? I don't know if anyone's here. Can y'all hear me?
No, I'm here. I accidentally pushed my mute button. I said, go ahead, repeat it.
Oh, I was saying, is it believable that no normal human beings or people that are just working, digging for other reasons, none of them are coming across any fossils or bones, but they're all found by the same people funded by a singular research company?
Wow.
And they all the fossils. Is that believable to everybody?
Where the rest of the bones at? Where the rest of the fossils at?
I guess we got to find the one research company that keeps finding them. Like, hey, can y'all find some more?
Okay. That's what I want you to do.
Can you find you? And they finding babies and all this other stuff. How do you know they even reproduced? Can we find a male and a female so we can at least say, okay, they reproduced, of course. But no, we're finding just one, and every single one we found just happens to be a new species.
Right.
So, is what's happening here? So, is out of Africa theory and the theory of primates, are these two things being combined into one and the same? Because let me ask this way. Is there a possibility in your mind that, hey, let's say we go with, sure, we're not out of Africa, we don't come from Africa, but we're still primates? Or let's just say, sure, we're not primates, but we come out of Africa. Are you looking at these two things as one and the same, or you're able to differentiate the two?
What I'll say is the same character that gave us both. They gave us both to make both true. So there's one player in the game, and this player gave us all that information.
Okay, let's say there's a science that furthers, right? There's a discovery that furthers the theory of us being primates, but let's say it proves now that the oldest bones are found in North America. Would you have an issue with that still, because it says that we're primates, but now it's saying we originate from North America? Like that's where I'm trying to see.
I would have a problem with it, because I know people are like, oh, you just want to be from America. No, it's that we're not primates. The facts of the matter would still be whatever skeleton that they found in there could absolutely lead to monkeys, apes, lemurs, whatever it led to, but it didn't lead to human beings. There's not enough DNA similarities anymore to say it did.
Okay, so you're not focusing this debate on out of Africa. It's focused on strictly the primate theory.
Yeah. This is just strictly primate theory. But to your question though, they came from the same proponents. I mean, like, you can't disconnect them from each other. The same people that were like, we're primates, we're out of Africa. You can't separate the two. They had an agenda and they used both of those theories to push forward their agenda at the same time. So I think as far as when it comes to that, when you're arguing primate, you are by default arguing out of Africa because they're the same scientists giving us both.
I agree with that, but then also I know me personally, if there was a true scientific discovery that came out tomorrow that said we found great ape bones older than hominins we saw in Africa, in, I don't know, Asia or somewhere else, I would accept that. And the out of Africa theory would have to change at that point. But that's where I can separate the two theories. But I get what you're saying. Out of Africa comes from the understanding of these great apes and hominins. So I get what you're saying.
What about scientific racism for you? Do you feel like those are two separate components, that the fact that they use that to establish scientific racism, or do you feel like, oh, we can extract the science from it and just leave the racism?
Yeah, I think we can just extract the good and spit out the bad. I think people have used a lot of things for racism, racist purposes and wicked purposes. Spirituality, in some instances, have been used for racism. Religion has been used for race. A lot of things have been used for racism, but we can still find the benevolence in everything, especially science, because it's useful and it produces results.
Thank you. Well, I guess if there's no more questions, y'all, do y'all want to start closing out? And Brother La, salam to you. I don't want to get you in trouble, so you don't have to give me anything as far as the basis. I have a lot, and I can tell y'all I'm gonna make them so mad, because I do have Top Cat's new book, and it will be actually quoted in my debate. So they're gonna be so mad.
Oh Lord.
They're gonna be so mad. But it'll be interesting. They'll have some stuff that they had to look into from Top Cat's book.
Which one? Oh, it don't matter.
I'm Not Black, I'm Indian, the miseducation of Black Americans.
Say it again, Nisha.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm doing it on purpose. Like, no, I'm quoting his book. I ain't going to the source. Just so they could be big mad.
Say it again, Nisha.
Oh Lord.
Gemini, really? Yep. Really. Really.
That done made my day.
I can see people twitching now. As soon I gonna start twitching as soon as they even see it on the screen.
It'll come with a hype page.
Gemini, my God.
That's a real walkie-talkie right there. Did it come with its own hype page, for real? Hey, give it up to the BCUW HOV 1207. You know, shout out to the
Jackson, your eye gonna twitch? You gonna be one of them? Your eye gonna just start twitching?
We give it up to everybody for he said. Shout out to all the feather swords and the knife huckers.
Right. To all the
bull
jaguars.
riders.
And some pumas. Why don't none of y'all want to be pumas? I actually like pumas. I don't know. I think they have I like watching them and how they their habitats and how they go about their environments and stuff. Pumas are no joke. You can't joke with no puma. It'll take you out.
That's the black cat, right?
Jaguars are cool too. No, black is more there. I mean, I think there are black pumas, but when I think of black, I think more of the Black Panthers. When pumas can be like similar colors to like the jaguar.
Yeah,
like
pumas are like another name for mountain lions, pretty much. A puma's a mountain lion.
Right.
But pumas.
Yeah, I like panthers.
And the guys, so when they get a certain age, the women are the ones that raise them, of course, and then they send them out. Well, the women, once they get a certain age, that's their territory, the mothers, right? So no one can live in their territory. They got to get the fuck out. But what they let the actual daughter or the girl pumas live closer so they can have a territory next door or something. But the guys, they have to be gone. They have to get a territory completely different. If they got to fight for it, they got to really get in their stripes. So there was this one puma. He's just going because when they're younger, their mom teaches them how to hunt, and their mom hunts for them and gets the food. So he's been going looking for his own territory. He's still young, and he just doesn't have it down packed as far as when it comes to getting those antelopes and stuff like that. So he sees this older male puma, and he just got fresh meat. So he's so hungry, he's like, man, I'm gonna eat some of that. So he goes over there, and at first, the bigger puma strikes at him and all this other stuff, and he knows he could kill him by his size, but he's like, I don't care, kill me, I'm hungry. So then he sees the fighting spirit that he had, and he was like, here, you can have some.
Right, because it's the survival of the fittest.
Right.
Right. So that's kind of how some works and with these not pheromones, but these what they call genes and whatever, and which are DNA. Some of these genes and chromosomes and homosomes and pheromones and all those things, survival of the fittest.
It was already linked up, but Babylon Dawn, just to let you know, okay, we gonna come in and talk, but we ain't staying here talking to you to 5 o'clock in the morning. You gonna say your piece, and we gonna be out. I know how you are, Babylon Dawn. But click the link.
Right. So I've been reading up on it. I'm getting it together, but yeah, to get this method and all this stuff together is something. But my hat goes off to you, and I don't even wear. Well, I do wear hats. Let me quit lying.
Oh yeah, that Mr. Metro just said the other name. I knew there was another name: Puma, Cougar, Mountain Lion. They're all the same. It's all different nicknames for the same big cat.
Right.
And no, I hadn't seen that. The Texas Jade Helm conspiracy theories. I had to look into that. Exercise. See.
And then you mentioned the Jaguar.
The Jaguar, because the BCU, they're Jaguars. That's why I said.
Yeah.
Why don't none of them want to be Pumas?
The Jaguar and the Tiger, I'll say, they're the true kings of the jungle because they actually reside in the jungle. A lion is in a safari. It's not in a jungle at all. I mean, Sahara.
Like I saw those Jaguars beat the Steelers Sunday.
Right, I've been seeing that, and the Dolphins are doing well. I'm like, hey, it's about to snow for real. I bet better get my snow clothes together because what? Jacksonville beating people?
Yes, we beat. Yes, we did.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
What's y'all record?
I think now we are 6-2, if I'm not mistaken.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yeah, they're doing good.
What's the Dolphins? What's the Dolphins record?
Oh shit, I don't know what Miami doing right now. I don't know.
Uh-oh. We got a Rams fan in the house. Yay for the
Dolphins are
Rams.
6-2. Hold on, let me see. I'm just confirmed about the Jacksonville.
Well, I represent the Packers. I'm not really a Packer fan, but Hebrew. Oh. Anybody else? Uh-oh, somebody is the Eagles
Yes,
all
so
day.
Dolphins are leading the AFC East and they're 6-2, and the Jaguars are leading the AFC South and they're 6-2. And those are like some of the highest, I think, right now. They're like leading the NFL because I think most people have lost more than 2 games.
Yeah, I haven't been following
Yeah, it's
football or
about to snow,
basketball.
y'all. I hope y'all are ready for the snow.
The Jaguar is fast and faster than the cheetah, so it's the Jaguar then the cheetah.
Nah. Cheetah definitely faster.
They're beautiful though.
Right.
Now all of them are beautiful. I don't want to be next to them, but all of them are beautiful.
Cheetahs are scared. They're shy creatures compared to the other big cats. They get killed a lot. They get killed by any and everything.
Wow, for their fur.
And why don't everybody answer about their cousins? So y'all got a common ancestor with these monkeys and apes and everything. How does y'all heart feel seeing them in the zoo? It doesn't pound a little bit like, damn, that's my cousin. Damn.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes, yeah, when I've seen like chimpanzees in person, like it's something different about their eyes. Like I don't know, it's something different.
No,
They
I'm
just
not gonna
seem
lie. When
extra.
those orangutans and they just be wanting to like hold the baby and all this other stuff, I'll be like,
Yeah.
dang, that's so messed up.
Like there's definitely even if they aren't connected to us, there's definitely a higher level of like consciousness with those apes specifically that I bared witness to.
Well, I won't
Especially
say
with
that. I
chimpanzees.
think we downplay all nature when it comes to that. I've seen a dolphin save a whale before from poachers in the sea. I've seen dolphins are really smart. Like dolphins and they've connected that too with being like, oh, dolphins are as smart as humans and stuff like that. Like we downplay intelligence based on it not being the same type of intelligence that we see amongst each other, but we see a lot of these animals have a lot of intelligence. They're not stupid. They definitely don't deserve to be brought out of their natural habitat, and actually we're paying the cost for it because we on the way. It's going down quickly. People don't even understand how close everyone feels Armageddon is, because it's about to go reckoning with Greenland's about to be green for real. No more ice. Like we about to burn up, and we're about to burn up. That's all I can say. Hey, Babylon Don.
Hey, what's going on, Miss there? My good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, what's going on, Addison? How y'all doing on the panel?
Hey, Babylon Don, how are you?
Peace to you, peace, brother.
What's going on,
Peace.
sister?
Brother.
Peace. I'm half asleep.
Hey, yeah. Okay, peace. Yeah. Listen up. I heard you say you gonna give somebody a shout out. I mean, like you ain't gonna give Babylon John a shout out because it sounds like everything you said from the evolution not being a fact or theory, and the reason why it's not a fact or theory, and your admission that some mutations
Wait, you're kind of
are
breaking
mutations
up.
are real.
Wait a second,
Okay, hold.
Babylon, because I don't think we got
That's
the
why
whole
I asked.
thing
I'm
out.
gonna change my hello.
Oh yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, when you started your speech, it kind of broke up a little bit. But I don't know. Part of it I got it that you said. I said evolution isn't a fact, and I didn't say that. I said evolution is a fact and a theory.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's getting his mic together. But yeah, so like I said before, which was a huge manner of contention when we did have the kind of going back and forth with the pseudo killers before, is that there's a portion of it that is the incontrovertible fact when it comes to evolution. No one can debate that organisms change over time. I mean, who would debate that? I don't know. I'm not debating that. I'm not debating that humans had a singular point and they've always been modern humans. I'm not debating that apes had a singular point and have always been modern apes. We know that things evolve over the time, but it's about now the taxonomy and the different sectors that you're creating to put people in. And then once you're the one that starts creating those sectors, I'm going to question, who are you? Why'd you create these sectors, and why'd you put people in these different sectors, or animals or insects or plants in this different way?
Now, okay, so I just remembered one thing I wanted to ask you in regards to that. So I completely get what you're saying with that, but at the same time, is it possible for a racist, or I won't even say a racist, I'll say a malevolent person, a negative person, to come up with accurate information? Like, let's say if we just strictly analyze the work and not the person, is it possible that his information is accurate regardless of his nature?
No, the information was not accurate, and don't nobody have to base it on his nature, on what he talked
Babylon
about personally,
Don,
Let
his
me
yo,
answer.
bro,
Let
reason.
me answer,
relax,
Babylon Don.
relax,
Let me answer 1 second,
relax.
because I mean, all things are possible. So yeah, it's possible, but I would say the probability of such, once we
Oh my
start getting in
goodness.
the level of statistics, is going to be so low that why would we take upon their information and not build upon new information of our own, either then showing us, okay, that's correct, or saying, okay, that was incorrect. But when you're just only building on this said information that did have an agenda, was malevolent person, then it's very questionable, because of the fact there's hardly times that a malevolent person has come and given us good information in history. Babylon Don.
Fair answer.
Yeah. Hey, brother, I don't know who you are, bro. You act like you know me, but you don't. I don't know, bro, but all that calm down, Babylon. I'm just answering your question, bro. I don't need to calm nowhere. I'm cool. I'm good. All right. So, Dulcinea, what I was saying was that, like, on your argument, do you remember when I came on this show and I said that evolution is four things? It's variation, mutation, and adaptation, and also selection. That's what I label as evolution. Do
Yes.
you remember me saying that I said that evolution as a mutation is a fact because we see genes mutate? It's a fact based on variation because we just saw COVID variants. It's a fact based on adaptation because people adapt to the environments. But the
Yeah.
place where it dropped off was selection. You remember that?
Yeah, I
And then I
remember.
mentioned
But you were thinking I was
abiogenesis.
disagreeing with you, and I wasn't.
And I mentioned abiogenesis, and I mentioned Louis Pasteur, the person who debunked abiogenesis, and I went through the whole thing, and I mentioned baryogenesis, and I talked about the asymmetry, and at that point how it breaks down and how evolution is not a fact based on that, but it's only called a fact based on those things that evolution has nothing to do with the natural selection. And I said they can't tell you who the selector is. And I said if they say nature,
Yes.
then nature itself can't be found in a laboratory, in a test tube. You can't observe it. You can't take nature and show me nature. So nature can't be doing the selector. So again, we asked who is the selector. And then I said, so when it come down to natural selection, that's the same thing as intelligent design. When I asked the intelligent designer, okay, I agree, there's intelligence. So who is the designer? We can't put intelligence in a laboratory and test and see if intelligence designed the world. What Louis Pasteur proved was that animate life cannot evolve or just spontaneously jump from inanimate objects. That's what he proved in a laboratory. Proved that it couldn't happen. So in the baryogenesis, we proved that, or it's already been proved that they don't know what happened at the abaryogenic moment of the Big Bang when you ask the question of what bang together, or was it one object or two, or what time was it, or when, where, how. They don't know that because only thing that they have done is that Darwin with evolution, he jumps in a space in time. Everything is already created. And then he starts making a taxonomy based on similarities, and that's all he does. But then people take it steps further and start talking about the origins of species and people evolving from apes and primates and stuff like that, and things that they can't prove in a laboratory, and that's what fell off. So I was trying to figure out, Miss Dulcinea, you ain't give me no shout out, but you giving Top Cat a shout out?
Well, okay, so I will say to this as far as my stance kind of goes against yours, but I can give a shout out as far as the evolutionary pack one. But I don't believe abiogenesis has been debunked. Brother Law, what's your take on what's going on in Israel? I think we talked about this a little bit. Our take was basically we can see the points for Palestine. I think a lot of us feel like the Palestinians, well, there are Aboriginal Palestinians that land is owed to. I mean, it is their land, but we want to see the things play out because we know how this works. We know what happened before, whether it's from 9/11, going into Iran, going into Afghanistan. We're not gonna get who actually the Hamas are until at least a decade from now. But I won't be surprised if the Hamas are CIA affiliation. Tell you that.
But much respect, Goddess Dulcinea. Now, this I do want to say. You should look up Louis Pasteur though, because I don't see what your
I am.
yeah, because I don't know what your contention would be. It's been proven, like scientifically proven in the laboratory, that abiogenesis is not possible.
What do you think about the Mueller experiment and how chemistry as far as the ABO, where I don't agree completely because they like to put bacteria or single cell organisms as non-living, which that's the portion I don't agree with. So if that's where he's going with it, I'm all for that it is a living being. Like I'm not with the whole a star is non-living or anything just because we try to define life to be one type of entity. That doesn't mean that other things are inanimate because they're not life as we expect it to be. It's all life to me. But I do agree that life that like a single cell organism or life in one proponent can lead to a diversity in life.
Yeah, life can come from life, but life from non-life, that would be abiogenesis. That would be an asymmetric point where something with no life something with life came from something with no life. And this is where evolution was purporting back in the day. This is what it was based on, that scientists said, and they still say it today, and it's still being debunked, that they can create life in a laboratory. But this goes against science itself, because science itself says that matter cannot be created or destroyed. Now, we're not talking about life, but are you serious? Life is beyond matter. So you're going to create life? So no, they can't create life in a laboratory, and that would be abiogenesis, to create life, to bring life from an inanimate thing to an animate thing. That would be an asymmetric point where you have all this non-living matter, and then all of a sudden you get living matter at that abiogenic, that asymmetric biological generation point. At that point, we want to know what that was, and nobody, and that's been proven that that can happen.
I got you. I got what you're saying. Well, I got you, and I'll shout you out.
Yeah. And so now when it comes to the natural selection thing, I know you heard me about nature. I want you to hear me scientifically. See, science deals with physical observation. It's physics, physical science, physical observation, and things that can be measured. So it's two things we can say about science: observation and measurement. If it can't be observed and it can't be measured, it's unscientific. It's not scientific. If it can't be measured and it can't be observed, that's why they say the observable universe. And they tell you how many light years a thing is and how far it is, and they measure it because they observers and measurers. Anything beyond the physical, science has nothing to do with. So once you say, they say natural, so natural, that has nothing to do with science. Even though science was once called the natural sciences, it had to give up the name natural sciences and just be called science, because there's nothing natural about it. Because nature can't be put under a microscope and observed. Nature can't be measured in any way, form, shape, or fashion. So then science does not study, and nor does science claim that nature ever selected anybody or anything to do anything. This is just people jumping the gun, like Cedric and Unc them and everybody else who say that science believe that. No scientists tell you they don't know what happened before abiogenesis. They don't know what happened before baryogenesis. None of these things that they know. They never said that nature selected anything, because they can't observe nature doing nothing. They can't create life from non-life. They never seen it, never have. Nobody ever created no matter or any type of object, nothing from nothing. Nobody never did it. It never happened. They don't even try. So I'm just wondering, like, like what what's going to be the debate after everything that's been said? What's really the debate now? What's really the debate? Did we come from apes? Because that would fall under the selection part, and that would fall under the part of origin of species, which is unscientific, which has nothing to do with science. The only part that's got something to do with science is what you and I discussed, Dulcinea, is looking in the laboratory and looking at gene mutation, looking in the laboratory and looking at cell variations, looking in the laboratory or at society and looking at adaptation. Beyond that, there is no record of any type of natural selection, any type of selection at all. Nobody can prove it. Nobody has nothing on it. So it looked like you got an easy win if that's what you debate.
Right. I wouldn't say it's easy because, most people believe in the alternate that we are primates, but I definitely understand what you're saying. And I do believe in like more of a biogenesis, and then diversity after that through nature. I think Sister Freedom's probably asleep right now, but if you've ever heard her arguing these points, she says that over and over and over again. And they say, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about," but she always says, "Why do we limit nature into having this singular point, or us being able to measure it back to a definitive, instead of understanding the power of nature and how it can encompass all over the whole earth."
So, Goddess Dulcinea, did you know that one of the names of what Darwin thinks is excuse me, one of the things that Darwin thinks is called the descent of man? Did you know that?
The descent of man. Sorry, I laughed at
Yeah,
this. He
yeah,
came in with the Kanye, but Kanye was talking for Beyonce though. Like he just came in with the straight up, where will my shout out be? But in my defense though, you don't have a book that I can quote from. Just in my defense.
who are you talking to? Me? Oh, I don't need no
Yeah,
book for you to
about
quote me.
shouting out Top Cats. It's because he
Oh,
has a
okay, yeah, I'm my own scientist. I don't want to rate myself based on a book or another man's work. I wasn't comparing myself to that man or asking you to shout me out based on that man. But check it out though, Miss Dulcinea. What I asked you was, I think I was asking you, did you know that Darwin, what part of his theory is origins of species? This is important. Origins of species, because don't nobody know how the species originated. And then it's also called the descent of man. That means that's not upward evolution. That's not ascending. That's not becoming better and smarter and greater. That's the fall of man. So Darwin was actually teaching that man was fallen from Adam was greater than men are today. But the way
absolutely.
they teach
That's why they
evolution,
put Adam as the European. And when you look at Blumenbach that took over from there, that
yeah.
with
So this what
he had the degeneration theory, which I am going to talk about all that as well.
okay, I want to make sure you test the counterfactuals. You see, because they trapping themselves by even having this argument because of what you just said. I know you see what I'm saying. That you can't say you can't. They can't have it both ways. Either man is getting better based on evolution, or man is descending based on evolution. And last time I checked, if you take two things and you mix them, the third thing is not greater than the thing that you mix. The thing that's mixed is less than the originals. And as you keep mixing, it gets farther and farther and farther away from the original. It doesn't get stronger.
That's a fact, but they put it in that loophole on purpose because now either way you go, if it's degeneration, we can say it all started with the European. Adam's a European, but now if over time they say, oh, it gets better, then as we see what they're doing now, they're saying, oh, that's because you guys were first. You're first and you're most primitive, and we're the best because we're last.
Yeah. And please don't let them use the time argument on you. Everybody always use the time argument. Given enough time, anything can happen. If you talking 40, 14 billion, 13.8 billion years ago, no, because they say it has nothing to do with the beginning of the earth. It has nothing to do with single cell organisms. So they can't go back that far. So then make them give you a date on when they talking about evolution started. And when they say again, they're gonna have to go back to single cell arguments. Single cell, then you say, but I thought you said evolution wasn't about single cells. I thought it was about the origins, this, descent, this, about this, that, and the other mutation, variation, adaptation. But now you're talking about the actual origins of species, and you're trying to answer a question which is outside of the strength of evolution. Because evolution, like you said earlier, is just a taxonomy. And via a taxonomy, you don't get no kind of logical or intellectual or information or knowledge that could ever imply that you could lead to gathering where the origin of people come from. Like I said, evolution, like science, like they jump in time. They don't try to say like what happened before time, because to all scientists, time is relative. Time is based on distance divided by speed will give me the time. That's what time is scientifically. Now, if you're talking about any other time, a scientist really should say, I don't know what you're talking about. If you say what happened before the Big Bang, there's no such thing as before the Big Bang to a scientist, because it's just a hypothetical point, a theoretical theory, a hypothesis, a postulation that he's putting forth, saying that this is the way it could have happened. Same way somebody say, well, it could have happened via string theory or M theory, or it could have happened via, all the other theories that they got.
And I agree with this. That's a good one. That's a good one. Definitely, that has to be like make Nepal stand on this timeline for sure.
Yeah, what time is it, sister? What time did they start evolving? What evolved? What are you talking about evolved? What date is that, and what evolved? What was it? And the
And
minute they say,
absolutely, Mighty Hebrew, that has to be a focal point of the debate. I mean, everybody is against this supremacy, but the main science that they're leaning on is the focal point of what pushed this Euro Gentile or white supremacy. This is the focal point. They were like, what can we put together? And then boom, they put together this science. And that is what pushed white supremacy. That is what created race. All this is the foundation of white supremacy.
that's big facts. Scientific racism, biological bias, evolutionary eugenics, social Darwinism. So that's what we got from Darwin.
So let me ask you a question then. If we know this and we need to move forward from here, what do you say with someone that says, so how do we move forward? What do we teach the children?
We move forward with the truth, and you're doing a good job of teaching the children and the grown-ups of what you said all night. I just jumped on here on some controversial shit. You've been doing a good job. What? You told them already that evolution is just based on mutation, adaptation, and variation, and it don't go no further. You cannot show me no primates changing into humans. All that Lucy, Australopithecus, everything you said was on point. All that Australopithecus, Kenyapithecus, Chad Pithecus, Cheddar Man, Pecking Man, Java Man, all Apparenzas, Homo begenzas, everything they got going is a farce. Homo genus Homo, Homo sapien, all of that is a straight farce. We can trace none of that. None of that. Just like you said, they go find a fingertip and they create a whole race of people based off of a fingertip and the genetics they found at a fingertip, and they ain't even question about it. And they make a whole body based off of the fingertip. They find a tooth and make a whole body based off of a tooth. They'll find a jawbone and make a whole body based off of the jawbone. These are facts. And create a whole species based off of a jawbone. You right. You right. This is what's going on in science. Everybody knows it. It's being debunked all over the world. They just really late. And really what we saying ain't really nothing new. Science been saying this a long time. We just mad with them for pushing an old agenda on our people. And on top of that, a racist lie they pushing.
Yep, that's a fact. And I want people to stand on it too, because they like to just say, "Oh, the common ancestor, the common ancestor." But I noticed that the people that believe this, they never want to go back to, like you said, that tooth leading to the body, or what they supposedly look like of the common
That's
ancestor.
right.
Everybody's making up
That's
these
right.
thoughts of what the common ancestor looks like based on hominins, and based on them giving us all these skeletons of homo looking people. But they're not saying that your common ancestor is a hominin, or is a human like figure. Go back to look at your common ancestors, y'all. If y'all gonna accept it, you have to accept the whole thing. Stop telling people, "Oh, it's not that they're saying we're monkeys or apes." Stop saying that. Look at your common ancestor. If your common ancestor not a monkey, then what is it?
That's right.
It ain't a human.
That's right. Because they play the whole hand wavy and moving the goalpost thing when you ask the question about the common ancestor. Because at one point it's a primate, at another point it's a great ape, at another point it's a common ancestor, at another point is a genus Homo. They can name anything. So make them stand on what is the exact common ancestor to all living human beings. What exactly is, and then when they say, well, chimpanzees and humans broke away from a common ancestor, say, okay, even if I rock with that, and I don't, that chimpanzees being the closest ancestor to humans, broke out from a common ancestor. Show me that ancestor. It should be billions of these things somewhere, bones everywhere of this common ancestor between chimpanzees and humans. And that thing should be more intelligent than both 10 chimpanzees and humans. It would have to be in order for us to inherit the intelligence that we have. In order for us to inherit the ability to speak, chimpanzees don't have it. A voice box, chimpanzees don't have it. The ability to reason, the ability to count, like I'm talking about prime numbers, not test with a computer and train monkey stuff and giving benefits of candy to a gorilla. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about to remember yesterday, to remember your daughter's birthday, to remember you got a dentist appointment, to go eat out, to write a book, to to think about yourself, to think about your well-being, to think about how your heart feel, how your stomach feel, to think about these. The animals don't do this. Stop playing with me. So this is
I just have to
so
address this point though, Gemini. Monkeys are not apes, but you got to understand what they're saying. They're saying that monkeys, apes have the same evolutionary line with humans. So it means
that's
at
right.
some point there had to be a common ancestor of a monkey, ape, and human that's the same. Now, they date those common ancestors, and now they say they even know what those common ancestors look like. Go look at them.
Let me help
If
this.
you haven't seen them, you're gonna see them in the debate, because you're gonna see who they say the common ancestors are. And just to Babylon's point, they're not super smart. They don't know words. They don't know none of that stuff. They're
That's
monkeys.
right.
They are monkeys.
But
And that's who they're saying our common ancestors are.
but one of the words you said, I think you're gonna have to pull it out and define it on screen. I think you're gonna have to do this during the
Yes,
tape.
they are,
And that
Gemini. They are saying
and
that there's a common ancestor from 25 million years ago. That would be of all the primates. The 25 million year old common ancestor. Then the 8 million year old common ancestor, that would be of New World monkeys, apes and humans. Then there's another common ancestor that then broke off to be the common ancestor amongst just the great apes. So yes, they are saying that there has to be 3 common ancestors, one that puts us in the primate line with all the rest of the monkeys that we're all related to, another one that puts it down as far as that gets us the monkey ape human line, and then another of the great apes. So yes, they are saying down the line, old world monkeys, there's an old world monkey that is our common ancestor from millions of years ago.
Yeah, but see, see, you use the right word. I think you got to define it during the debate. I think you got to pull out the word taxonomy and show everybody every clade within the taxonomy, like from kingdom, phylum, all the way down, family, everything that's in there, species, so that they can see, right? So that they can see every animal on there. And then they can see where human beings fall at in there, and they can see humans right next to the ape, so that they can see it with their own eyes. It's already drawn out on documents. This ain't something that we saying. This is what science got up that you can Google. So now, and it's pictures of them showing how you see the man, you see the ape man in front, I mean the ape man behind, and then you see the other monkey type man, then the gorilla type man, and then you see the evolution of the human man, the white man with the straight hair, the caveman with the sackcloth in the front. This is the image of what you evolve from. So if you evolve from that Homo erectus that they talking about, that Homo erectus, or you evolve from the common ancestor, which they say that Homo erectus would have had to evolve from the common ancestor. But they say the Homo erectus evolved from people in Africa 200 million years ago. So now, what about this 25 million years ago split between humans and chimpanzees? That would make that impossible, because genus Homo, hominids and hominida, right? Look that up, Dulcinea. Hominid and hominin and hominidae. These hominid, hominin, and hominidae. These are where they would really be talking about, and not no genus and not no Homo erectus. None of that. We'll have to get down to the hominid, and this is what they say humans come from. Now, when we look at a hominid looked like Lucy. It was 3 to 4 feet tall, they say, right? And it walked upright, right? And had a certain amount of intelligence. Now, when they say we came from a common ancestor, back to the taxonomy, what I want to get to is this right here. If I taxonomize something, I take everything with 2 arms and 2 legs, and I put it in a category. And everything with 2 wings and 2 legs, and put it in the category of birds. And everything with, a long tail and scaly skin and no legs, they're called a snake. And everything in the water, call it an eel or a snake eel or a snake fish. And then I mix it up because all of them got traits. So then I say they all came from each other because they all got these like traits. But somewhere along the line, they split, because this one on land now, it's the snake on land, and this one in the water. And so this the river snake, and this the land snake. But we know that they all came from a common ancestor, the river snake. And so then they do the same thing with human beings. They say, hey, all gorillas, all apes, all these things with 2 legs and 2 arms that walk upright, bipeds, that have a nose in a certain manner, have a certain amount of this, then these would be considered in the hominid species. And then from there, they further taxonomize it and say, well, these have fur and these don't have fur, and these have this type of brain skull and these have this. So we'll classify these as humans and these as gorillas, apes, chimpanzees, monkeys, this, that, and other, and these are classified as humans. And so then this is how they say they could trace humans back to a common ancestor just based on similarities between arms and legs, the amount of toes. If the thing got 2 feet and got an uneven amount of toes, it's called a certain kind of animal. If it's got 2 feet and it's got an even amount of toes, it's called a certain kind of. It's put in a category based on the number of fingers and toes, the amount of wings and like this. It's no real
But
science there at
paws
all.
don't make dogs and cats in the same taxonomy though. Go figure. But anyways,
That's
Gemini,
right.
you're wrong, Gemini. I get it that you took it that we said chimpanzees, but no, chimpanzees are not the last common ancestor. But this is from Scientific American, where Marcus vouched for it as a good source for scientific journals, and they are saying that they have found the last common ancestor of humans and apes, meaning there are common ancestors between humans and apes. And they said what it looked like.
That's right.
Right now, but they said what it looked like. It ain't a chimpanzee. It ain't an ape.
But look,
it is not a chimpanzee. It's not a great ape. It's a monkey, sis. But you won't see it until the debate.
Hey, what I want to know is what they call that shot that they give women if they blood reject their baby blood. Rock shot. What is it called?
Oh, you're talking about when they have the Rhesus DNA.
Yeah, that's right. When they have Rhesus monkey blood.
That's not
Now,
no, that's not Rhesus monkey blood. That's not Rhesus monkey blood.
Yes, it is.
They defined
Yes,
it
it
as no, it's not. No, it's not. That would mean we're
Yes, it is.
primates. Now you're going back into the primates.
No, I'm not saying that. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. The question would have to be, how did humans get Rhesus blood?
Yes,
This
they
is the
said what
question.
type of monkey it is, Gemini. Yes, they did say it's a monkey, and they said what kind of monkey it resembles the most. It's not a chimpanzee, but yes, it is a monkey.
I have a question too.
Yes, Akina.
All right, my question is because y'all was talking about classification. Now, I know that and y'all know this too, that this monkey came out to sea as a mammal. And so what commonly ancestor, because we all know that we're compared and we classify as mammals too. So what mammal do you say? Because this mammal walked out to sea in the form of this ancestor that we formed into this monkey and stood upright. So seeing that all of this happened over evolution, what ancestor of mammal was that?
That's the aquatic ape theory, and they only came up with the aquatic ape theory because they could not deny that we came from the ocean. So then they just said that it had to be an ape. I don't agree with the aquatic ape theory. As I said before, I believe a lot of things are living that they try to say are non-living, just like they'll say
Okay, we'll take
in
that
the
out.
ocean, they'll say the different things that are in components of the ocean aren't living. I don't believe that they're living. But so an organism, it would be an organism out of the ocean. That's all I can tell you as far as it. I can't give you the type of organism that it was. We don't know. But it was an organism out of the ocean that is our last common ancestor.
To be the mammal?
Yeah, and that's trash.
It led to mammals, yes. It led to everything. It led to mammals, it led to amphibians, it led to everything.
And that's trash because they don't know that. They can't prove that it came from the last common ancestor was that. They can't prove that that's what it was. Nobody can show us in a laboratory that that's how it happened. Nobody can show us scientifically or physically. No, I ain't even talking about go back there. I'm saying show me now. I'm saying show me the physical evidence from the water because whales have hips. And whales and dolphins have legs and feet. So you telling me we evolved from dolphins and whales too? That's what I'm saying. We got something in common. Like you said earlier, we share 99.8% DNA with everything on the planet in common. Only 0.2, about a 0.1% of DNA is different between every single species in the world. That include fruits and vegetables and animals. We that closely related. So we know we all come from one thing. We all made out of the same DNA and genes. This is a fact. So how are they looking this up and telling us that we came from a single ancestor when all the DNA gonna say that any fucking way? It's like looking at a rock and saying this rock is 200 million years old. And then I show you another rock and you say this rock is 20 years old. How the hell, bruh? Tell me how you know how old a rock is.
Now,
Go,
as
show me.
far as the RH blood type, I don't know if they've defined it to a specific group the most. I can't say that I've done a lot of research on it, but all I can say is the RH blood type is not coming from monkeys, y'all. It is not meaning that people are monkeys, why they have the RH blood type. It's just a
No,
blood type that's like positive or negative, and people that have that RH, that, and especially if they get pregnant, they have to be careful for the baby to not harm the baby, and for the baby's blood not to harm them. So there's certain things that they do because the baby has that.
Yeah,
But they named it Rhesus monkey, not meaning that it is Rhesus monkey.
yeah. Okay, let me break something down to you though, Justin, there, please. Now, you know that COVID was considered a zoonotic antigen, right? Pathogen, right? Meaning it's zoonotic, meaning it passed from animals to humans. That was rare. That was rare. That's why it was called novel coronavirus. Novel meaning new, because it's rare for humans to be able to contract a disease from an animal. It just don't really happen. That's called a zoonotic disease, not epigenetic or anything. It's zoonotic, right? So now we know that in the past the same thing has happened on the planet Earth. That humans have come in contact with different types of pathogens. Like they said, Africans came in contact with a green monkey one time and it's claimed Ebola, right? So now, when you think about Rhesus blood type, I agree with you. If you read a science book, it's going to say that it did not come from monkeys. But where you say it's just a blood type change, no, it's not. It's considered a disease. It's called Rhesus disease. And that's where the zoonotic part come in at. Because the way the person contracts that disease, right? Or could get in contact with Rhesus blood is through a disease or a blood-borne pathogen. You see what I'm saying? In ancient times. So then if somebody came across that and that got in the genes, then that would become a part of that blood type. Yes, it would. And then so now you can explain how Rhesus would get into the human genetics through a disease, through zoonotics or some other way. But you can't say that, hey, that's a different Rhesus. No, it's not. It develops the same way in the human being as it does in monkeys. And not only that, other animals carry the same gene, Rhesus. So how did they get it?
Mm.
Interesting. What's up, Sakina? Thank you for coming up. How are you tonight?
Hello. I'm in my car and y'all coming through my radio as well. Can y'all still hear me good?
Yes, drive safe. Is it raining?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you. How y'all doing? So, you know, Dulcinea, I'm rooting for you because I'm team Unscrambled Minds. But of course I don't agree with the information, but that's only because honestly I don't really know your information. You understand? So I know the information that's being brought on the other side. So that's why I say that I agree more so with what Nepal is bringing because that's what I've been taught. Now, when you bring in information, of course, if it's scientific and it can be supported, then maybe it's something to look into. But I just haven't seen anything yet to challenge what I've already learned. And my question to you is, when it comes to primates and modern day humans, what can't be denied is the similarities within our bone structure and things of that nature. So that can't be debated. Now, what I guess can be debated, I guess, is why do we have those similarities? And their reasoning is because we have common ancestors. So my question to you is, because the similarities can't be debated and because you don't accept the reason being because we have common ancestry, why do you think that we have such similarities to these other animals?
Yes. So what I would say is we have similarities based on the fact that we adapt to different environments. So you'll see that amongst all species, they do not put dogs and cats in the same family when it comes to taxonomy. But when you look at dogs and cats, they do have a similar bone structure. Their paws are similar. They have the same numbers as far as when you look at their fingers, different things like that. You can see that amongst other animals with hooves and different things that are not in the same taxonomy, but they have hooves. And the answer is because the mutations adapt as far as to their environment. So you'll see multiple species that are not in the same taxonomy, but they have a lot of similarities because of the building blocks being the same. It's kind of like if you take your child and you get them Legos, and your child can build an airplane, and you can build a mansion or build a city. If they take the time to build out the city, the construction is going to always be with Legos. So the building blocks are always going to be those Legos, but they can build different things. So it's the same thing when it comes to this universe. The building blocks are the same. So you're going to see similarities amongst species, but they've never given any other groups that have those type of similarities the same taxonomy.
Well, do you believe that there's a difference between canine and feline, a defining difference?
Yes, and it's the same kind of difference between apes and humans.
And when you say
Good answer.
apes, you're referring to the apes that we see in the zoo today, correct?
No, I
There
mean
is a
throughout the
difference.
time. I mean, in the back of our common ancestor, that they say it's a distinct difference between them.
But there
Just
is. That's
tiny
why we're
difference.
classified. That's why we're classified as humans. There is a distinct difference.
Well,
We
I'm
are
saying as far
different,
as
but we
that
have a
leading to the common
commonality as well.
ancestor. So, the level of differences where they say that dogs and cats don't have a common ancestor, the same percentage differences between human and apes, but they're giving us the common ancestor. And because of the fact that they're giving us the common ancestor, whenever they have found bones, they just say that this is our common ancestor.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to chime in, and I'm gonna just sit back and listen and chime in as something comes.
Hey sister, I got a question. I just want to know, have you ever thought about this though? Like when they say common ancestor, have you ever thought about how many four-legged animals that look like dogs and cats that's not dogs and cats though too? Like horses and pigs and everything that got four legs.
Yes, but that's if you're only using the factor of how many digits or how many legs you have to characterize, but they use other characteristics or traits in the animal. So it goes deeper because you're right. There's a lot of animals with four legs. So that can't be the only thing they use because it's too common. It doesn't narrow in or specify enough to be characterized. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be too wide of a range.
Yeah,
I
but do
mean,
you
you
know that
making. I mean,
everything
you
that they
making. Oh,
use, hold on, Babylon Dawn, do you know that everything that they use can be found in other animals, like the brain? They say that we have the most complex brain. Um, dolphin's brain is just as complex, and it's a
That's
large
it.
size for its body, compatible. So everything that they've said that defines us as primates, there are other species that are in different taxonomy that have the same distinctive characteristics.
Right,
Facts.
but not with the same combination of characteristics. Because you may
But
have,
nobody does.
Well, no, no, no,
but
no.
see,
With the thing, they have the same combination. Like dogs and cats have the same combination of characteristics that apes and humans have. There is no defining difference as far as that says, okay, they're more different other than they'll say DNA. But as I said, DNA is showing that we aren't 98% alike with the chimpanzee. DNA now has said that we're not 90% alike with the chimpanzee. They thought we were that close until they started researching non coding DNA. Now they're saying, oh, it's non coding DNA that makes us so different and why we were able to evolve into humans. So, my first question would be is when did non coding DNA show up in primates?
now see, this is the kind of things that I would love to see in the debate because I don't know this information. Like, the opposing information to what I'm going to say is, I must call it, mainstream science. So, what you're bringing, um, are you saying this is coming from, are you saying this is being debated now? Like, universities are coming to terms and saying, oh, wow, look, this is a new discovery in DNA. Is that what's going on?
Oh yes, I mean like in the
Yeah.
last 10 years, they've already debunked this thought that non-coding DNA is junk DNA. So for the last 10 years, they've had to start calling it non-coding because at first they just called it junk and they're saying it's not junk. They thought, oh well, it's not doing anything as far as your evolution or for your distinctive characteristics or anything like that, and they started refuting that. But I do want you to know as far as when it comes to university level as well. This primate evolution has always been debated since
That's
Linus
right.
gave it to us. It's always
Now,
been debated among scientists.
when you say, okay, now, from what I understand from going to school and just reading certain things, there are debates within evolution. Um, but the debates that I've heard was more about not do we evolve, but how we evolve or why we evolve. Um, of course, you have natural selection, Darwin, and then you have, I think, what it was, is it Lamarck? That is that what
Linnaeus.
it is, Lucinea? Have you heard of
Linnaeus.
Oh
that?
yeah,
Is that the is
Mark.
Lamarcus the one who, so Darwin, if I, in the most layman way of explaining it, because that's all I know, if I can, so excuse my, ignorance, but
No, you're good.
I know that Darwin, with the natural selection, he believes that, well, he taught that um, things evolve by adapting to their environment. Basically, the strongest, of the fittest survives. But
Right.
it's not based on better or what's better or not better. It's just what works in the environment. Point blank.
Yeah,
A
that's
bear,
called so yeah, that's called
Fitness.
neo-Darwinism. So there's Darwinism theory where she was definitively saying it was for survival of the fittest and the best genes survive. But now neo-Darwinism says that it's not based on the best genes or the
right,
strongest survive. It is, but it's a form of Darwinism still. It's just called neo-Darwinism.
right, because
Yeah, none of it
a
ain't
bear
proven.
that has a thicker fur to to protect itself from the cold weather is not better than a bear who has a lighter fur because it's in a warmer area. It's just different. So some people think that evolution or to evolve means to get better. It really just means to change or adapt. It doesn't really mean better. It means that it could go sideways. It's not a up thing. That's not
Absolutely.
always good.
I think this guy though, when he was on Sonetta, he asked a perfect question. I don't think anyone answered his question. Um, because it baffled them when he asked it. But the question comes and arises is that we're saying it's because environments, we're saying it's because of sex, we're saying there's different reasons why why species adapt to an environment. But here we have monkeys and humans in the exact same environment. While one is adapting in a totally different way and divergent from the other, one of them stays on a similar path. Like one loses all its fur, its tail. It gains different things, but it's in the exact same environment. So, being that it's in the exact same environment, what would have caused that divergence if it's not adaptation?
Now let me ask you a question. Now I'm just asking because I don't know. I'm not just challenging your information just to do it. Who what makes it you think that the changes or the adaptation happen in the same areas? Like how migration, or it could be simple as you can have animals on a certain landmass and they can be mating with each other and doing all kinds of things, and something like an avalanche or earthquake or a volcano can split them, and then you have animals, those same animals that are now split on the east and the western side of the land, and now they're getting different food. They can't mate with each other anymore because they can't get to each other, and over time the animals on the east and the animals on the west will start adapting to their environment differently according to what they have available to them. And over time those small it, that small evolution can get to a macro evolution. So, do that make sense or no?
Oh yeah, but the
But
main
it ain't
thing
never
about it
happened.
though is we gotta look into these epics, the Ologene and the Miocene epics, where they're saying these divergences are taking place. We have there also the science that says what these epics were like, what were happening, and then we have the placement of these bones. So we know that they're in the same environment based on what they're giving us of the locations where this is happening and what epic this is happening in, as far as where we know the climates in the different areas. Because I mean,
Hey,
I know the
Dulcinea.
earth too, back they've already made this simulation that you can actually go for yourself and see the earth from what they call the beginning of time to more recent times, to see how the climate changed and see how the different geographical regions changed over time, whether it was they were ice and then it became a large landmass underwater, et cetera, et cetera. They have a good theoretical idea of what the different epics had to deal with in the climates. And one of the things is like we know the monkeys, they deal with very hot climates still with their fur. So it is a questionable thing for us to understand why we lost our fur. What they're coming with now is that it's just non-coding DNA, but that's what they tend to do. They tend to have a new as as they have new evidence or new emergence, they fit in their objective in that a new emergence rather than questioning is the original science even correct. What were you going to say, Babylon Don?
Okay, what I want to interject because I didn't get the first thing out about what the sister asked about the taxonomy, and now she made another good point that I want to touch on. So let me touch on this one first, though, because it's very counterfactual. I hope the sister listened, because I don't think she
I'm
heard the
here.
first part. Okay, I don't think you heard the first part when we talked about what evolution was and adaptation. And so, but listen to this. Now, it's two different things that's happening here, sister, that I want you to see that you're trying to explain at the same time. It's two different arguments. Now, if it's a volcano happen on an island or on some land, and it's the same animal, and this done been shown, like animals live right across the water from each other, and they the same species, but they don't seem to even cross the water or even mix. They have developed their own way of life. These live this way, and those live that way on that piece of land over there. I understand where you're coming from. Now, that's adaptation. That's a form of evolution that you call so well change, because that's all it is. Adaptation is change, mutation is
Mm-hmm.
change, variation is change. So now, but selection ain't change. See, selection don't fall under change. That's why it's not a part of evolution. But now, so now what I want to show you is this right here. So you get the part about the two animals being separated. Now, can you see the big difference in that and what I'm about to say? An animal evolving from another animal, an animal evolving into a new species, a human evolving from an animal, no matter what it is, a human coming from another animal on the planet. That's different than separating animals and them living great distances apart and them adapting to different places. That's a whole different argument than saying that something evolved from another animal. You see that? That's all I wanted to point out.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but we are animals, and I guess for me, it's just not, like I said this before, it's not far fetched for me, and I think the reason why people don't accept it is because it's so much agenda around the theory of evolution, with
Not for me,
racism,
sister.
with the white man being the apex and things of that nature. And people always discuss the famous picture of the monkeys leading to the white man and things of that nature. But if the person that's drawing the picture or giving the picture is a white man, he's going to create something that reflects him, because it wasn't based on race. Because every individual species up there, there's a race of them. So if those species could talk, they could say, well, why didn't you put my race up there? So my thing is, whether that picture is of a black, white, Chinese, Asian, it doesn't represent a race. It represents a species. It's saying a human being. They couldn't put a multicolored person there. So they put a white person because it was a white person that did it, and that's how they represented the human being. Now, of course, there was
No.
probably racist agenda behind it because it was racism then, but it still doesn't dispute the science behind the out of Africa theory and the evolution. But that's why I want to,
Okay,
that's why I
sister,
think the
I heard
debate is
everything
going to
you
be
said.
great.
Sister, I heard everything you said. I just want to put this on record because I'm hearing this a lot lately. People don't, but I'm telling you now that I have heard about evolution before I ever even heard that Darwin was a racist. And when I heard about it, I knew it was trash. It sounded too childlike. It's just based on taxonomy and similarities. And that's why it's
Right.
so simple and easy for people to accept. And when you said earlier, that was my second point. When we talked about the four-legged animals, exactly what you said. It's all types of things with four legs. It's insects even with four legs, I guess. You see what I'm saying? So do you classify all of them? When did they split? Because right now science is finding that things that grow four legs like insects also carry the same gene that animals, that horses carry, that grow four legs.
Of
There
course,
is
because
no
do you understand? I'm
wait,
sorry.
let me finish this right quick. So then if you admit that, then you ain't showing me no evolution. You just showing me that things have the same genes and share DNA and look alike. That's all you doing. You ain't showed me no animal come from no human, or no human come from no animal, or no bird come from a dinosaur, or nothing.
But it's kind of, well, to me, it's like you're saying two things, because the reason that, because whatever, well, you understand, from what you're saying, I'm sure you understand that DNA is within the cell, and it's a code of instruction, basically, so that it can basically do what it do. So if the instruction for that organism is to have four legs, then of course it's going to be similar to another organism that has the same instruction within its DNA that has
That
four
that's
legs.
our
Now,
that, but you're saying our point, Sakina. That means that it does
Exactly.
not have to be the same family. It's gonna have the same building blocks. And if the adaptation means the best is for it to have four legs or for it to survive or however it got that DNA expression, it doesn't have to get that through relatedness. It's just going to get
That's
that
right.
through the earth being related and not the different taxonomy groups. And the thing is that that's all they use to define primates and humans together. It'd be a thing
but
if
they
they said
have
that there
DNA. But say, wait a minute, I'm now getting lost a little bit because
because yeah, you
they're
said the
using.
DNA of
No,
horses. You
DNA is
used
not a
the
part of
DNA
evolution.
of horses and insects being similar to why an insect can have four legs and a horse can have four legs. And you said, of course, it's going to be in the DNA expression. And that's our point. It's in the DNA
That's right.
expression, but those aren't related. Those aren't in the same
Exactly. But see,
taxonomy groups.
go ahead.
A human and a monkey
But
can
that's
have
one
Reese's blood,
aspect.
but they're not related. A human and a monkey can have Reese's blood, but they're not related. But they both can produce the identical blood, but they're not related.
And I get it. That's
Right.
one
But my thing
aspect.
is when it
But then
comes
we get
after you,
to
go
other
ahead.
Exactly.
species. But we get to
But
other
after you step
species
away
where it's
from,
more than
but
that
after you
one
step away from, I'm sorry, but after you step away from DNA, right? After you step away from DNA, right? And the DNA is the why they are created the way that they are created, is the DNA behind it. But now that they are created, we're looking at these things and we're saying, what are the similarities? And we're grouping them based on those similarities. So, of course, you're going to have similarities across all things because you can say, how many things have eyes? I mean, how many things have nose? I mean, you're going to have similarities against. That's why we're animals. We're
No, that's
already
what
in.
Darwin
Hold
did.
on, wait a minute. We're already in one common group. We're animals. That's one common group. And then it breaks down farther. And if you have babies a certain way, or if you have hair, then you're grouped into a smaller group of mammals. And then once you get grouped into the mammals, they're grouping you to even smaller groups within the subgroups within groups to say that you're closer and closer and closer, meaning you have more similarities and more similarities to these things. But that doesn't negate that you have similarities to other things. Like,
Yeah,
I just don't see
but the
that
problem,
point.
Sakina, is that there's other species with the same level of similarities amongst each other that aren't being put in the same taxonomy group. It's only human beings that they're doing it to in the primates. But there's other species in the water, there's other species in the sky that they did
Fact.
not put in the same taxonomy group when they have the same amount of similarities as primates have to humans, and sometimes even more. Sharks and whales aren't in the same group. Dolphins and whales aren't in the same group. They don't have a common ancestor. They're in their own taxonomy. Yeah, but as far as when it comes to their bone structure, the fins, the gills, they have way more similarities than we can say with each other because they've already come out and talked about our brain. Our brain's not as similar as they wanted to believe before. So now they're saying, oh, that's another reason why we end up going on our evolutionary path is because what is in our brains in comparison to the primates. But what about all these other species that were automatically put into different taxonomy groups and their brain is closer? They have the closer features. They have a body structure that's closer. Why were they put in different taxonomy groups?
And this is what you're going to bring, part of the things you'll bring to the table at the debate, like the show where we're more similar with other animals over primates, because is your whole.
Well, no, no. We're not more similar to other animals. That's not what I just said. I said that there are species with their own taxonomy group that have the same amount of similarities with another taxonomy group that primates have to humans.
So
Well
what's wrong
said.
But
with
they're
that?
not
I don't understand.
because they're not labeled as the same taxonomy group. So if you're evidence of being, we're labeled in the same taxonomy group because of our hands, because of our brains, because of our body structure, then we have to ask when a fish has the same type of similarities of brain, body structure, and fin, why
Mm,
did they not say that they had a common ancestor?
mm.
Okay. And so because of that, you feel like there's an agenda, the reason why they only do it to
Oh,
the
no, no, no,
primates and
no. It's
humans?
not because of that that there's an agenda. It's because there was an agenda.
No, I'm saying that's why they're doing that. No, my question to you is that you're saying that they don't classify other animals the same way they classify humans and primates and things of that nature. And I'm asking you, do you think that is because of whatever agenda they're trying to promote?
Absolutely.
That's
This is
why they
all
did it.
promoted in one
Okay.
time frame by one set of people, and they definitely had an agenda. And that's why the people that were surrounding them all got rich off of this because there was an agenda. I
Yes,
know.
but Dulcinea, can I add something to what you just said though? I agree, Dulcinea, and you're right. But be careful, Dulcinea, when you get that question in the debate, because I think people trying to use like that as a factor as your motivation for disagreeing with Darwinism. When you scientifically disagreeing with Darwinism separately, and then you saying because of Darwinism, it gave birth to scientific racism and social Darwinism and constructs like that. But outside of all of that, before that ever happened, the whole taxonomy scientifically is trash. They can't
Well,
show you
first, Darwin
nowhere.
didn't come with taxonomy. Darwin is not the father of taxonomy. Linnaeus is,
Okay, that's
and
right.
you
See,
have
that's what I'm
to
saying.
start with the agenda because the agenda's first. The science is trash next, but the agenda is first.
Yeah, I totally agree. You don't get a curriculum like that called evolution, and it don't be from 1700s, like you said, and we be debating it in 2023 after we got radiometric DNA, and we can look at genes and things like that, and we still talking about things based on 2 legs and 4 legs and hands and fingers and stuff like that. I agree. That's ridiculous.
And once you see it, those things aren't as close as they wanted to see. That's why I love bringing up that picture earlier of the teeth because I knew when I zoomed in, everyone was going to say that's a primate of some sort. I should have known it was going to be Nisha that knew it wasn't a primate because she be going fishing and stuff. So I was like, Nisha. I should have said Nisha. You answer last, but she gave it away that it was a fish too early, but everybody from my zoomed in picture would have said that's a primate, that's a monkey, that's a this, just based on the teeth.
So Dulcinea, can you so explain what you, because I've seen that too and I was there and I want to understand when you showed the fish that had teeth that resemble human teeth, or what are you saying? I don't under what does that prove? Like, what are you saying? What does that mean?
Well, you have to take in accountability that when they're finding these things, they're finding fragments. So they'll take fragments of 3 teeth and then they'll reconstruct the whole body to say this is what this looked like based on the teeth. So if they found fragments of teeth in the ocean, they would most likely be like, this is from the aquatic ape to put it into their aquatic ape theory, which is now their
That's
theory
right.
that why we came through the ocean. But then you would have to take in the premise that, well, those fish could have had those same teeth.
Now that's wild. I ain't gonna hold you. Okay. I didn't know. Now that I don't know much about, I guess what would that be? Archaeology and how they what they do when they discovering these fossils and these bones and how they find them. I
Yeah,
know that everything is not intact and they have to put it together, but I ain't never known or knew that they would be taking, like, finding 2 or 3 teeth and then, without the skull being nowhere near around the the remains and making something out of finding its, but I
This
don't
is a
know
fact.
much. So
That's a fact right there.
that's why I'm looking forward to this debate and see what you bring. I'm just glad that we having something educational where I could pull
Yes,
my
and peace,
notepad out
Sister
and take,
Nepal. I know
yeah.
I need to go to bed. We're about to go to bed shortly. I always say we're not gonna stay up all night, and then we stay up all night. But we're about to go to bed shortly. And yes, I know Sister Nepal. She knows my premise, and she's gonna come correct when it comes to debating my premise
Hmm.
with actual information. So that's why I said I'm getting one of the hardest debates up front because even if I had Cedric or a pseudo killer, I know it would be more debated like, oh, she's a skeptic and da 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 da. And I know that Nepal's not going to spend too much time being like, oh, she's a skeptic. I know someone was snoring earlier, but she's not going to spend a lot of time being like, she's a skeptic. She's going to come with the information. So that's why I had to come with a lot of information too.
You're right
But
about
yeah, I think
it.
I do need to follow the rest of the panel. It's just me and Sakina left. We're the lone wolves
Yes.
here, like
Peace,
we normally
Queen
is.
Hey,
Nicole.
peace, Sakina. Peace, Sister Sakina.
Yes, peace to you again.
Peace, peace.
Right. Peace, Queen Nepal. Peace to everybody on the panel again. Y'all been asking great questions, honestly. I just been sitting back listening because I don't want no more Wonder Twin power. Right. I don't want
No
no more.
wonder Twin done fell asleep.
Yeah, I don't want no more go along to get along.
Dulcinea, can you drop your can you put your email in the back chat? Because I wanted to send you something because I don't want to say it on the air.
Oh yeah, I'll put it in the back here. Well, y'all,
Hey, Dosey, you got this. Oh, I was just about to say, Dosey, can I say goodbye? Well, see y'all
oh
later.
yeah, I
I
was
was
gonna
going
say close out for us, starting with you, Babylon Dawn, then we'll go to Sakina next.
okay. I was just gonna say, Dulcinea, I like your argument. You got a good argument. It seemed like your mind is well organized. I hope you play this video back so you know, and I hope you contact me if you have any questions or because I didn't tell you everything. We didn't talk about everything because, like I said in the chat, I don't even want to spoil the debate. I just basically said the stuff that I've been saying the whole while. But there's a lot of other stuff out there concerning this evolution thing that we know that I know is backwards. You know what I'm saying? You touched on the fur, we could touch on, the backwards evolution and the descent of man. That's why I said it that way, because that's an important part of what I'm talking about. Like whether genes get better or whether genes get worse and what's happening there. And it when things mutate, is that really what they call it evolution? You see what I'm saying? Like we see things adapt, but is that what you're calling evolution? Not you, Dulcinea, but them. But I'll end on that.
Right,
Peace,
right.
Sister Kina. Peace, Goddess Dulcinea, y'all.
Peace, Babylon Dawn.
I'll
Peace.
Thank
be
you
back. And you know you're supposed to call Sister Kina. You're supposed to
again.
call your boy. You're supposed to call your boy and say, "Hey, I got your show date. That's what that's what you and Goddess Dulcinea told me I was gonna do.
Oh well,
I ain't got no problem."
Dulcinea put that number. She got the number. She got the number, not me. But I'm gonna have to get on her.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
definitely
I'm
talk
gonna have
about
to.
it. I just got to talk about it with the other ladies, and it'll probably be coming up here soon. So, what did you want the part 2 to be about? What were we going to
Good
talk about?
question. Remember, I told you the mind is the matrix.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, we
That's
definitely.
all I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about nothing in the community. I just want to talk about what I initially came out with that people that did 1,000 shows about, which is the brain and the mind, and whether we even have a mind, what is the mind, how do we get it, what's the mind body problem, how does words get into the body, how do we talk, how do we see, how do we hear, what is that, how does all these things happen, and how does that register in the body as thoughts and communication, and how am I, what I'm saying out of my mouth being communicated to you as speech and words, and you understanding it, and you can see pictures and draw things and see France, if I mention it, Eiffel Tower, if it popping in. How is this happening? How is this even possible? What is the mind? So that's the stuff that I want to talk about.
Oh yeah, that's going to be really good. That's awesome. And I think it's something that we need to talk about. It's something that's dear to my heart because we have these thought processes of what's normal brain activity and how the mind should work, how your speech should be, and different things. And then everything that's outside of that, we say is abnormal. But what we're seeing is a lot of different things, like as even autism is growing amongst the community, we're seeing as far as like some of the smartest people are autistic, and they're coming up with some stuff, even some advances when it comes to science, math, everything. And it's these autistic people that think abnormally, how we would say it, but they just think differently. They're just their brain, it just comes to different conclusions, or the way that their brain is utilized is different. And I think that's something that we really should get into, as far as, because sometimes we just talk about trying to cluster ourselves together, but sometimes we need to talk about how individual we really are.
That's right. I agree with that. That's a fact. Okay, I ain't gonna hold you up because the other goddess is gonna cuss me out and be like, "Boy, don't let Babylon come on, cause he ain't gonna know how to lead." So I'm gonna leave on that note. Peace, y'all. Peace, goddesses.
Peace. Oh, rest in peace to her, and congratulations to the center opening up, Mighty Hebrew. And Sakina, go ahead and close out.
No, I'm just looking forward to the debate. I'm excited about something other than religion, and so I'm glad it's something that I could put my notepad out, take notes, and then go research. I love it. So I'm excited for that. And like I said before, I agree with Nepal information, but I'm rooting for you because you're bringing something new. And that's why I would only categorize you as the underdog in the situation, because you're expected not to be able to beat this information because it's so primary, it's so solid. So the challenge for you is bigger than the challenge for Nepal. Nepal can bring resources, and they at her fingertip. They there. So this is easy for her. It's a little more challenging for you, but I'm rooting for you. So that's all.
We
Thank
do
you, thank
appreciate
you.
you coming. Yes. That was strength. That was beautiful. That was Dulcie. That was beautiful.
Thank you, thank you. Well, good night, y'all. And don't be too afraid, Sister Nepal. It's gonna be the same sources or anything. You don't have to worry about Top Cat's arguments. You just have to worry about the source and what it says. Spider Face, what's up? Are you finally here? I saw you trying to come in earlier.
I just want to know,
You cut out. You want to know?
can you unblock me from the chat? Somebody in the chat block me. I just want to be unblocked, but I'm enjoying the conversation.
Okay, yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Let me try to go into the blocked. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna work on that. Sakina, you want to close out?
All righty. Well, I want to thank everybody for showing up and showing out tonight. Y'all know my saying. It's an old Hebrew Gatna. Y'all know I love y'all. Thank y'all again for showing up and showing out with us. Y'all know y'all didn't have to, but you know we always glad that y'all did. We didn't rock out that hard this night, but the Wonder Twins did, didn't they?
You know, we always got to activate those powers and come together.
Yes, and
yeah, he gave me a good view on where people are going to be, honestly, because that was like a thing I definitely wanted to see of where people are. Because if people are just like thinking that this can't be debated because it's an incontrovertible fact, like I lost before it even began because they don't know the difference between what the facts and the theories are. And even if this theory is something that you really, really agree with, you think that there's a lot of evidence to back it up, it definitely can be debated. It definitely has been debated. There's scientists that are in the field that are still debating this and go back and forth on this information. So this should be very informational when it comes to the debate because of that. Like, this is something that has been debated for a long time.
yes, peace and love, and sending extra love out to Mighty Hebrew and his wife going through right now. Sending strength and love to her. Right. And Nepal, we also sending, you know, strength out to you for this debate. We know you got yours out there, you know. You're gonna do your thing out here. So we know you got yours. And you know, you and Dawsonair, this is gonna be exciting. And we are so well ready because this is gonna be the debate of all times. Right, the HOK champion versus Dawsonair the Dragon. Yeah.
Yes, and this is gonna go. I said earlier, and I'm gonna repeat it, that once this one goes down and we just have all this information,
Yes.
there's never gonna be this whole, oh, women are emotional, they can't control ourselves. We know the truth is that you do not want to have to fight against all this information. You want the women to have to fight each other. Because you do not want a woman coming in and having all this information, and you thought you could just kind of compare, kind of prepare, semi put something together and be like, oh, well, women this, women, they shouldn't be debating men. They should only come at each other, and we will know why. It's because y'all's information is just not up there.
Yes, this is gonna be so.
Sister Nafa.
She said, "You're not no dragon. You a kitty."
I forgot what my husband said, Sister Nepal. He was like the master teacher versus the padawan. The sensei versus the students.
All right, I love that one day she was busting pinatas, but that day she was checking motherfuckers so tough, I forgot. I said she she was busting something else. I forgot. That day was so funny to me. Y'all, it's too funny. Right. I was cracking up. Oh my goodness. Well, y'all, I'm tired, and y'all know the other part.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for bed too. So good night, everyone. Thank you again, and y'all get some sleep. We'll see y'all again on Friday. The student now tried to snatch the pebble from my hand. Taxes.
Exactly. All right, my favorite Kung Fu Panda.
Right? This is definitely that. She's the old wise. I forgot what the turtle's name was.
Everybody, y'all have a good one.
Peace and love. Good night.